Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. In the A for me. Everybody else, it doesn't matter. So let me introduce our panelists for today. We have the AP, Miss Coach K, Marky Mark, Baron, new face, Enos, and a few other people who will be joining us a little later. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. You guys can unmute now.
Hello.
Oh gosh. Today we will be talking about co-parenting. It's so funny. The biggest enemies in the world are two people who have to parent with each other, it seems. At least that's what it sounds like. I know there are great co-parents out there like myself. But we're going to talk about all the co-parenting issues that we hear about on YouTube, and we probably experience for ourselves through friends or people we've seen in these types of situations. So you guys want to speak? Say hi. Small talk. We're a little late today. Sorry.
Was good. Was good. This is going to be a good topic, a fun topic, I think, actually. And I think we'll have some really good dialogue about it. Good choice, Shan.
Thank you. And it was so funny because, I really wanted to talk about, it's daddy season. It is June, Father's Day month, right? Because they get a whole month. Women get
we don't give a damn.
What do you mean you don't care?
But we don't really care. Like if you took the kids and left, that would be phenomenal. That would be a great gift.
They come back though, right?
Eventually.
For the weekend. If they leave for the weekend, that would be great.
No, did you say we get a whole month?
What would you do with the weekend without kids?
Oof. I mean, you could think of something.
You mean after Friday is Chic critique?
Man, I didn't have my.
We have leather and lace right down the road.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Enough said. You're gonna take it to the siblings.
So, you guys, the first question, I think we've all seen this. It's not going to be a video. It's a question. Is why do you think that, and this is, let me just clarify, because we're not talking about people who don't know that they're the father or they find out they're not the father. We're talking about true, this is your child. You guys had a wonderful night. You produced a little mini me. And it belongs to both of you guys, whether you're divorced or it was your partnership, not really married, or maybe just a slip up. This is your child. This is their child. What do you think the dilemma is? Why do you think that there's so much between co-parents?
Because the system rigged. Right? That's what the.
So you think it's the system? I think that they had beef before the system. You don't think?
Well, yeah, that too.
Do you think the system?
I'm
This is a question, though, Marcus. Do you think the system started the beef, or do you think the beef started before the system?
Before the system. When you get two adults that don't know like conflict resolution, or one adult that can't maintain the situation and create a conflict resolution situation, you're just gonna have nonstop escalation. And then when people have their emotions tied up, it's hard to see the forest for the trees. You go over and beyond to prove your point. Then you be arguing to the point where you're not even arguing about the initial issue. You're just arguing to argue because you're just trying to prove who's right. And if can't nobody step back and be like, you know what, this is silly, I'm not doing this, y'all gonna end up burning each other's car down, putting them on child support, lying about he abused the kid, all type of stuff people be doing when they be fighting. It's crazy. I thought about some examples of stuff people told me happened to them when I just said that. Somebody definitely got their car burnt up. Somebody definitely got a fake case put on them. One dude, he stood up at the altar, so she then married a new guy and moved to a new state. Didn't tell him, and he.
Wait. Meaning she was standing at the altar and he just did not come?
Well, they sent the wedding invitations out, and like a couple weeks before the wedding, he was like, "You know what? I'm too young for this."
There was a special place in hell for him. I'm just like, oh my God, that is the worst.
You put him through
public humiliation. That is the worst. Okay, but so you're saying that there's drama after the kid comes along.
Probably before the kid, because you also got to add in the people who didn't want to have a kid and she decided to make a unilateral decision and have a child without the permission of both people and force him into that scenario, I think that'd be the worst. Because then they be stuck in the thing. I didn't want this baby, and I love this baby, and it's all your fault. Like,
what do you mean a unilateral decision? Two people made a decision at the very beginning to decide on how things were going to go. So what do you mean she made a unilateral decision? I need to understand that a little bit better.
Well, if they didn't use my method of keeping a condom, she could have took the condom and then reinserted it in herself later. She could have lied and said she was on birth control. She could have took $300. I've heard of this happening. Taking $300 from somebody, saying you're gonna go get a deletion, a baby deletion, and then not doing it. That's not a unilateral decision.
Well, that last one is kind of funny. But the other one.
Wait, why is that one?
Listen, do you
wait, back up. Why is that one funny?
Because I mean, if he gives her $300 and she decides to have a kid, it's going to cost that much just to go to the doctor. So the money is going to be used. Okay, but what I'm saying, so let's go back to the tactics though. What AP is saying in the initial phase, I think you hit on it, but in the initial phase of you guys enjoying each other's company, at that point, run that by us again. The things that women do. Just curious.
No, the things. I'm not saying all women do this. I'm saying the people who be fighting the most, they be having backstories like superhero villains, and it'd be like it'd be a whole thing as to why they into it. Like, we discussed this. We knew it was just sex. She said she didn't want a baby. She got pregnant and then didn't take the plan B. Then didn't took the $300 to get rid of the baby. Didn't get rid of the baby, and then popped up talking about, I be hearing stories like this. I'm only hearing one side, but I definitely have heard these stories. I don't got
the men gonna hate me in the chat today.
Oh, AP.
Should we choose better then? Is that on us?
You asking me?
Mm-hmm. I think he's
talking choose better.
Can you change my name to Simp Derek Jackson so I
Derek
Simp? No. I'm serious. So why are we randomly poking? Why are we poking down random women? Like, what are we? Is it like I'm so out of all of these YouTube talking points, my biggest sticking point is I understand women control the access to sex, but we still got to control what we like if we do it. So why are we just busting down random ass chicks? Like, what are we doing? Isn't that on us? Can we kind of choose that?
It seems to me some people can choose.
So I have a follow-up question to your question, AP. If it was really a choice, would it then no longer be in your nature? Like, if the talking point is that it's in a man's nature to just be knocking down women, like, it's going out of fashion, then is it really a choice? Because I think that's really where
I think condom is a choice, though.
So the reason why I say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think to do it, so to be responsible. So we're not saying, okay, if you live your life, but it's a way to be responsible. You guys, if you've been on this show, you know me. I feel like you should be responsible for you, which means that if you know in your heart that you are the one who does not want a kid, whether it be the female or the man, it is your responsibility to protect yourself. That's how I teach my son. Do not rely on her to protect you. You have to protect yourself because you don't want a kid. She can change her mind. She can lie, just like you don't trust her with your wallet. Don't trust her with your seed, So right. You have the liberty to put a condom on. And why would you want your penis inside everybody's body? Let me just tell you, all vaginas are not the same. You do not want that.
You got to tell us that.
So why you should think highly of yourself to not even want to put yourself inside just any and everybody without putting.
I got a question then. Because when you said when a man and a woman they like each other, they're dating, and and then then the woman gets pregnant. But most of the time.
Okay.
No, I thought that was what you were initially. That was what you were saying.
I was just saying if that happens, if you guys are in, whatever happened, I was just giving out scenarios. But no.
Okay, then with your scenario right now, What if the man was protecting himself, but still something happened because there's always that 1%? Then what would the man do? Because clearly the man didn't want the kid. And then that happens. Then what?
So for me, this is what I teach my son, because you're right, that can happen. And I don't want him to have any slip up. So I say, listen, there are so many places that you can do that outside of the body. You don't have to do it inside the body. So protect yourself. Now,
that's not really practical.
Wait, you know how much practice he needs to be able to control his semen?
And pulling out is not work.
You know,
it's not that easy. You gotta AP. You
I
gotta
don't
to gain the skills to be able to do that. You're gonna need a lot of bodies or a lot of stuff.
Well, it's people who don't have. It's people who don't have those situations. So it's people who are out here doing it.
But
they're out here doing it.
What happens?
Playing with fire.
They're out here doing it.
I mean, and for the record, I'm team use a condom, take it with you. Well, fill it up with water. Make sure it's not leaking, and then take it with you. So this
you're going in and out.
This is my personal experience. I want to argue this point, and I'm sitting there putting the screen like, see, this is the hood.
What's sisterhood?
For that.
See, that's God. He stopped you from saying whatever BS.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and answer.
Know what the sisterhood is? He just came off the pause. What's the sisterhood?
I want to answer.
You gotta ask the person I'm speaking for. I'm speaking for the people who think like that, and that's been they understand it. Can somebody put a definition of the sisterhood in the chat? Because I don't want to butcher.
Well, I think that women and men should protect themselves. I'm not taking the responsibility off the women, because why would you just want anything up in you? First of all, I'm saying it for both men and women. It just seems to be that a lot of times men get themselves in situations, not if you're married and you got a divorce or you try to do everything right. I'm talking about if you know that you are a sexual creature and you got to have it every night, and sometimes it ain't with the same chick, you got to protect yourself. You should practice protecting yourself.
I always preach that, but we talking about how people got in the situation they in, because the context of this conversation is child support. So these babies came, and I'm giving scenarios that they could have came in, no pun intended, that created this tumultuous situation that these kids is going through, or that the two parents is going through.
I don't want to change the subject, but I see in the chat talking about like female condoms and things like that, which, hey, I think go for it. But I'm more so worried about the STDs.
They don't care. Okay, it seems they don't care about these STDs. You know,
like women, women, do you care? Like women, what are you doing?
Nasty.
But
okay, so I'm going to go ahead and answer Inaz's question. The same way a guy will say, you know what, I wouldn't bust down this big girl or this ugly girl or this 3 or a woman with kids. You use the same damn control that you say about that than just a woman throwing it at you when we talk about breaking a man's nature. Well, so like to me, it's all the same discipline. It's the exact same discipline. Hey, Miss Taken, what's up, girl? I see you got the little hair going on in the front, got the lipstick and the big smile. We see you. But Inaz, I believe it's the same exact discipline. Now, I understand that things happen. I understand that a man could have done his best vetting and this chick turned out to be something that she's not and makes his life difficult. I'm not talking about those situations because that's getting into the nuance.
And we'll talk about that in a second.
I'm talking about the situations where a guy going to the bar, picking up a chick, busting her down, maybe even a couple times, and then she ended up pregnant, and he knew that wasn't going to be a long-term relationship. That stupid shit right there, that's the stuff that's got to stop. And we can control that if we choose to. Instead of saying, hey, women got to keep their legs closed, don't we have a part in that? I mean, do we really have a part in it? If we don't, you can say, hey, you know what? Nope, we're going to be men and we're going to just go ahead and do it. Okay, you know what? If that's how you want to be, you want to live reckless, fine, that's on you. Then I don't want to hear shit come out of your mouth. you don't have the right to complain. You lose the right to say something when that's how you live.
So this is a question, and this is a pretty good question, because this is how a lot of YouTubers think. So can you read that for me, mistaken? Because my eyes, I will have to get very close to the screen.
Sex is an equal exchange. Only one person decides if the other will become a parent.
Just like only one person decides if we're gonna get married. So the argument by
only
them,
one person decides if I put the seed in you. I get to decide that.
the argument for them is this.
crazy.
The argument, hold on, let me just say the argument for them is this. If I can't take sex from you, you shouldn't be able to take a relationship via a baby from me. That's their whole argument.
Say that again?
Yeah, say that one more time, Marcus.
If I cannot take sex from you, right, the thing that you control, then you shouldn't be able to take a relationship, resources, and my time from me without me consenting. Is that argument? That's the argument. You've made a decision without my consent. I can't make the decision to have sex with you without your consent. You've made the decision without my consent to move forward with something that now puts me in a long-term commitment. Is that right?
That's a pretty good argument.
You mean a long-term commitment with you or the child that you helped create?
It's a long-term commitment with the mother as well as the child, because she is attached to that child. Because a lot of people would never want to speak to their baby mama a day again, but they have to. Why? Because
I see what you're saying.
Now we are forced into a relationship.
That is a damn good argument.
Good question. I mean, it almost makes you want to think twice. Like, you know, if this is a person I mean, these consequences are pretty great, but the people are still willing to take those chances for some strange reason.
I guess
our nature.
Well, I guess the other question is if you know that this isn't a person that you would even want to talk to,
this is where our nature.
Why would you even chance having sex raw? If you know that the possibility of you having a child, or it could happen, but you know you would not ever want to speak to this person again, but you're forced to because you have a child, then why not make sure you make it a priority that wouldn't happen?
So on these panels, I heard Trigger Mike say this before, and it's some real shit. I hope you come up because he probably gonna jump in on this. The hardest thing, he was like, you need to stop teaching your boys to abstain from sex and learn how to say no when she beg you to pull the condom off. Because in the heat of the moment, when she beg you for a raw stroke or two, it's real difficult to be like, oh, no. And that is the part where people get tricked up.
Why don't you not be involved with women who are not good women? Like, why don't you date from a pool of women that you can possibly see yourself from?
Because all right, so if you go to the bank and you got $1 zillion and you lose $5 on your way to the bank, are you tripping?
Huh?
If you go to the bank with $1 billion and on your way to the bank you lose $55, are you tripping?
No.
If you have $196 and you lose $55, are you tripping?
Probably. Mm-hmm.
So the argument is men got 1 billion seeds in their body and they don't be tripping because it's just more surplus and you only got a certain amount of eggs. So why are you not protecting them better? I'm making an argument for those.
Okay,
that's a bad argument. The other argument I like. That was terrible.
I would say if they think like that, that's crazy because if you got a billion sperm, then that increases the likelihood that you're gonna end up with a kid versus my few eggs.
Did you take your nap today, Mark?
No, I didn't go to sleep. I didn't.
No, you know what? The point you made just a moment ago regarding removing the choice for man when we both have made the choice for sex, I think that is a fantastic argument. And you got to give me a second to get my head around that one. That is one I haven't considered. Yeah. So two people having sex, two people make the choice.
Consent.
One person not wanting a baby, but the other person, like the female wanting to have the baby, removes the choice from the man in regards to not having a baby. Mm-hmm. So you have two-way consent on one side and only one-way consent on the other side. That is a really damn good argument.
That's why they said financial deletion. To combat that for men to combat that portion of it?
I'm gonna have to think on that one because I'm gonna beat that argument before the night's over.
But you know what?
That's really messing with
me. Let me ask you a question. Would that be similar to I want a relationship, but he doesn't?
Yes.
Because he controls. Who's got me on? Okay.
Yes, that's the exact same thing in the argument. Again, these might not be I'm not expressing my current views. I'm speaking for people because I've had this conversation with other people, and this is the argument they made to me.
I'm curious, what's your view though, Marcus?
My view is wear a condom, put water in the condom, clean the condom off, take it with you, and then
flush it down the toilet. What are we doing here?
It could be backed up or something. I don't know.
What are you putting it in when you're taking it with you?
Please don't take it home. Watch it and watch it.
Put it in my
that's
pocket.
a good point. Okay.
Yeah, I cleaned it off before I put it in my pocket. But I don't got no kids that I didn't plan for, so my shit worked. That's all I'm.
So it can be done.
Shit worked.
That's
more of the story is look,
it can be done.
This is a good point, Mr. Ali, our friend Ali. Women control sex, men control relationship. It's a double, it's a balance. Okay, so women don't get screwed when it comes to him saying he want a relationship with you and he really don't commit to you. Men don't get screwed when she's sitting here. She controls what happens after sex, right? We know these things going into the situation. This is not, rocket science. It's kind of basic shit. Okay, it makes sperm and they
protect yourself.
Damn, that's a good argument.
These are things that we know.
You know what I think is interesting is that men feel so strongly about this, and yet, you mentioned the word vasectomy, and everybody cringes. It's like they want to put the whole onus and responsibility on women to make sure that there are no unnecessary, unplanned children in this world, but won't take the necessary precautions on their end. Vasectomies are still reversible. They're in your control. They're not expensive, and the turnaround time, the healing time is 3 days. So why is there so much pushback?
Okay, so I don't necessarily push back on the vasectomy piece. To me, it's more about the women protection piece, because what I will tell you is, if let's say every man, once they hit puberty, must have a vasectomy. Let's say that was a law or a rule. We likely would never get married. We would have no reason to. We're not going to have any kids. And we could bust down everything without having a baby. They're that wouldn't work out in the favor of women either. There's no way in hell that would work.
The one thing
I'm free of consequence. You're freeing me of any consequence.
So
go ahead.
So I think with what you're saying, AP, that's the assumption that men don't want a family. They don't want children, right? What I'm saying or proposing is a solution that you choose when you get a family, as opposed to having a family out of happenstance.
And then every girl has been run through by every single man that they've come across. That's the way our brains are going to process it. Because we know, y'all don't understand the nature of men. We gonna go fuck. That's what we gonna go. I am free of consequence. Period. So once I hit 21, I can run through everything. 22, I'm still running through it. 23, now I'm 30 and I'm still running through it. I can actually find a girl to clean my house and take care of all this other stuff. Why would I reverse this lovely life? Why would I go ahead and reverse that?
So
have you ever spoken to an older man who's had a vasectomy and was I can't have any more kids? They are so happy that they have a vasectomy. They are happy about it.
So
you know why that is? Because they can bust down any chick, and they don't have to worry. I mean, aside from STDs, they don't have to worry about shit else.
But
they don't care. They don't care.
AP, give me a second. So men are doing that now without vasectomies. Like, I you know what I
Because
mean?
of consequence.
But they're doing it regardless of the consequence, right? Like, they're doing it regardless. The consequence is obviously not grave enough for men to be taking more drastic measures. Like, that's my point. Like,
I'm not.
So Annette, to the
Because
nature
I'm gonna tell you, if I had a vasectomy, and like there would be no, I assure you, I would not be remarried. I wouldn't be on a Chic critique at 5 on a Friday night. My ass would be down at the bar just waiting on something to drop off in my lap, so I can bust it down, bring my ass home, go to sleep, wake up on Saturday, and do the same thing all over again with somebody else. You mean I could get new all the time? Shit, you must be fucking kidding me.
Can I share with the problem that I have with this though? And of course, again, perfect world, but it's like it doesn't require a man or a woman, aside from the STDs, to practice restraint. Now, how I do agree with then people aren't having kids by happenstance, but it's like, can we just have some self-control? Like, too much to ask. But of course, that's perfect world. So,
and if we had vasectomies, hell no. There would be no self-control.
That's what I'm saying. Like, almost like, and I'm not
way worse.
I'm not arguing against like the gastric bypass or whatever, because obviously, like, I don't even know enough about that. But that's like putting something in all of us so that we can just eat whatever the F we wanted. Like, that's probably not good, you know? That's it.
Did anybody else have anything to share about the baby making process? Any confusion? Just in case
nobody's
you didn't know how
get pregnant from their mouth.
I just think this topic is always beating a dead horse at this point, because everybody knows what should be done, and either you do it or you don't. If you choose not to show discipline, and that's man or woman, then you both are choosing the consequences that come along with it. As a man, if you don't want the kid, you know, you have all of the control before sex. You know, woman has all of the control after sex. So if you don't want a baby, then you need to, you know, exercise restraint, exercise, you know, usage of birth control that you can control. And if not, then you just have to suck it up and deal with the consequences. Same goes for the woman. Either you exercise some self-restraint, demand that birth control be used by the dude, or you make sure that you're on top of your birth control. And if you don't, then deal with the consequences that come after it. Like, it's easy. There's no getting around it, trying to put more responsibility on one person than the other. Like, both of y'all are going to have to deal with the consequences of sex. Bottom line.
So you don't believe in consent?
Do I believe in consent? Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, like I said, all of that happens beforehand. Once the consent is given, then it's up to whoever don't, I think Shan has said this before, whoever don't want the child needs to make sure that they're the one protecting themselves the most. So
let me flip this for you then.
So hold on. So my thing is, if we come into an agreement of saying, yes, we're going to have sex, both of us are aware of the potential outcomes of it, right? Either it could be STDs or a baby, right? So we're going into a consensual agreement of having sex. We are both aware of the consequences that can come of it if we don't use any protection. So at that point is on equally on either party to make sure that they protect themselves so they don't deal with the consequences of the STD or a kid. If you choose not to do that, you can't say, well, now I don't have consent. You can't, because you already consented knowing what the consequences could be.
The way you just described that, if I made that argument in regards to sex, that'd be a great case. Because like you said, we both entered into agreement. So we both decided to go on a date. We cool with that. Sex could potentially happen at the end of this date, or it could not. If I remove your choice to be able to say no, and then tell you should have protected yourself better because you knew I wanted sex, how would that conversation go?
So let me, can I ask you a question, Marcus?
I'm just
Why
saying.
are you putting that much
Those are
trust
two different
into
things, though.
I'm just making this argument. This isn't actually my standpoint.
Yeah.
I just like making
my question would be, why do you give a stranger that much power over you? Like, this is a stranger. You're saying going on a date and you finna bust into this woman. You don't even know this chick like that, and you're giving her that much credit, that much like. That doesn't even make any sense. And we've already talked about the manipulation that takes place in the dating pool. We have conversations about this, but for whatever reason, we got morals when it comes to having a baby. Like, these are the same manipulators, the same tricksters. So why would you even trust them with your seed? And females, why would you trust a man inside you unprotected? That's crazy to me. You don't even know his last name.
Can we get Baron in on this conversation? You kind of quiet down there, brother.
I was just listening, man.
You just trying to fill out the room. I understand.
I'm just trying to listen,
newbie.
It's like we gonna joke around. None of this stuff. Yeah.
But I mean, Marcus, you really made an interesting case where you talked about the consent. But like Chantel was saying, why would you? I mean, in a scenario where people have been dating like for like a month or 2 months, like they're actually seeing each other, like they're a couple now, but he's not thinking about having a kid, or the woman is not thinking about having a kid, but mistakes happen, and when that happens, I mean, it could. Most of these babies that are born out of wedlock, they are what we call oops babies. You know, and some of them come from people seeing each other, like dating, not like one night stands or nothing like that. I mean, one night stand is a bit extreme, like, but you know, people are dating, but they don't want a child. But then the child comes, then what do you do next? Because you don't want that child. That was the question I was asking. What happens next because you don't want that child?
Well, I want to push back on you because one of the points you just made that was you've decided that you don't want a baby.
No, you've decided
Why?
You never did want a baby. Like you were dating this woman, but you weren't planning on having a baby with her.
It just goes back to Marcus's point. Why didn't Miss Taken's point? Why didn't you protect yourself?
What if it was?
And you had a real oops where the condom busted.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people be lying.
Then that's
they got pregnant with birth control. I just wanted to.
Or maybe she forgot to take her birth control or something. That happened too.
Women don't forget to take their birth control when they're having active sex. I'm gonna go on record and say that.
I don't know.
No, they don't forget to take their birth control.
It depends on age.
They didn't take it.
They are young. I mean,
it can depend on the age.
Younger women, they
absolutely.
Yeah. So, just to give a little context, so to control my daughter's hormones because of the imbalance that she has, she's currently on birth control. She hasn't, to my knowledge, had sex yet, but she takes it religiously. She doesn't forget. She's 16. I won't give an excuse to a grown ass woman.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So I don't. Here's why. Right? Like, one, you're a present father. So already she's like ahead of the curve to people who don't, right? Two, we're assuming that all people are actually like fully functional, responsible adults, when like time and time again, life shows us that is not the case, right? I think to trust that everybody is moving the way that they should be, we wouldn't be having this conversation if that was the case. Right? It really is that simple. There are people who are forgetful. There are people who have mental health issues and aren't capable of doing it regularly. There are women who take it religiously and don't understand that their food or medication or other things are canceling it out and invalidating it. There are people who don't understand how it works. There's people who are taking it every day, but not at the same time. And so it's not efficient. Like, birth control is really only as efficient as the person who's utilizing it. There's a huge margin of error in the person and how they're using it. I think you're putting way too much trust in other people if you're expecting everybody to be that disciplined on it.
But you say that, but that is from what I see that you're describing. You're describing the pill. There are a myriad of other forms of birth control that can be utilized outside of that, so you don't have to remember. Like I had the what is the little thing? Not the IUD. I was gonna say UTI. The IUDs, and not saying that works for everybody. You have to find what is going to work for you. But because I know that I'm a forgetful person and that I may not have been consistent with taking the pill every day, that's why I chose that option. It's easier for me to remember 5 years later if I like put something in my phone or something like that, versus trying to remember to take something the same time every day.
So mistaken. Like I hear what you're saying, but here's the thing. Like with IUDs, it depends on the kind that you're using. If you're using the hormonal one, something as simple as antibiotics can offset that, right? Even if you're not, you have to, like, if anybody's Googled, I'm not going to get into it. If anybody's Googled the process of how to insert one, the accuracy is not what it needs to be. And so you're still trusting that it's in place and doing what it needs to when you're not sure if it is or not, right? Like when we look at other contraceptives, again, like there's way more margin for error than in theory, right? And so like that's my point, is to like reinforce your statement earlier. If everybody takes personal accountability, then we would be having a very different conversation. But to trust that another person is being as responsible as we would like them to be, I think is a little bit naive.
Yeah, I would say I agree with you in the fact that no birth control is 100% effective. None, right? You do have some that have a higher accuracy rate than others. So I think, like, again, what you're saying, it is on each person's own responsibility to protect themselves if they know that they don't want children at all. Even if a woman is on birth control, to, I guess, double protect herself, it would be important for her to ensure that her partner is using a condom on top of that, because that increases the, the opportunity for her not to get pregnant. But I think for most people, when a woman is on birth control, in her mind and in the guy's mind, this is the opportunity for me to raw dog it. Because if my fear is about getting pregnant, I feel a level of security knowing that I'm on birth control. But, you do have the low percent of women that still end up pregnant, even if they are doing all of the right things with their birth control. And that needs to be taken into account.
I got a question for the ladies though. Because I mean, this might be a little bit off topic, but I've heard like from most women that I know that they don't take birth control because it does serious damage to their bodies and their hormones, and all, like even with kids it affect, like, so I'm asking, like, is that true? Like, is it for because from what I'm hearing, I'm guessing all of you too.
It's toxic. It's a pill. It's designed to stop the birth of something. Like, what do you think? It's probably
it doesn't allow your body to work naturally. So, yeah, it doesn't allow your body to work naturally. But there are people each woman can be affected by it differently. So some women may have like long-term effects from the birth control when taking it, and some women may not. So it all depends. Yeah, it all depends.
It's all, I mean, think about you guys, anything that's natural to your body, prescription or whatever, it's gonna have an effect. You just hope that it's nothing that's gonna kill you, So you just don't know what will happen. So yes, that's correct. That's true. It's a gamble for
like personal experience. I even though I said that I got
that's why I would never. I know people put their 15-year-olds and they're on birth control.
Yeah, I mean, I heard
I would never. For me, a kid that young and they have to grow. It's too many risks for me to be putting somebody that young on it, and knowing that they have a longer time to be on it. That means that increases their chance the longer they're on it. that's just not something. We're gonna have to have another forum. We're gonna have a conversation, maybe abstinence. It's a great time to be a virgin. But because I've read on birth control and it's not great.
Even though, like I was saying, for me, an IUD, it really worked. It helped, but a long term, like when I actually got it removed, that I had to get mine surgically removed because it was knocked out of place and got embedded. So that is another, a side effect of certain forms of birth control. So
men go through a lot. Men do not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was going to say. So even though that they're saying, "Oh, women have 60 different forms of birth control, and they should be more responsible if they have all of these,"
so out of that 50, I heard that it's 50. So out of that 50, no one is like, okay, this is like the most maybe organic, the most maybe
no organic
handful or something. None of them. All of them are just that. Condoms. It's a gamble.
Well, I would say even some for women, for condoms don't work. Like that non-oxynol 9 that's on the condom, some women are allergic to it. And it messes up their pH. They can get, yeast infection from the stuff that's in the condom. So there's definitely side effects to any form of birth control that you use. It's just a matter of determining which one are you willing to take the risk with.
And let me just add on to that. Let's just say she oopsies and she gets pregnant. You guys both agree that you don't want to have a kid. Even the abortion tactic is dangerous. It's surgery. Like, there's no way out for a woman. She's going to take the hit some way or another.
Or even if she has it, even if she has the baby, that is still putting her at risk, especially if you're a Black woman, because there are higher rates of, death for Black women during pregnancy when compared to their, statistically when compared to their counterparts. So is it still
that dangerous if it's a C-section?
I think you could just request a C-section, but
that's dangerous too. I have one.
Yo, I got a question for the entire
my birth.
Yeah,
mine was. You do not have to worry about me getting pregnant. Like, I had a traumatic experience. Yeah, so that is a wrap.
My son and I almost both of us could have died.
Yeah. I got a quick question to the guys in the chat. Are men the leaders or are we not the leaders? You cannot tell me you are the leader and then blame women when they get pregnant and decide to keep a baby. You can't be both. Both can't be true. If you don't want the damn baby and you say you're a leader, how about you wrap it up? If she doesn't like a condom or if she's allergic to condoms or whatever the case is, how about you throw up the peace sign and take your ass home? You cannot lead and then complain that a woman is having a baby and you blame it on fucking her. Stop it. Stop it. I'm tired of that shit. I'm truly tired of it. You cannot tell me. You cannot make a reasonable argument to say you're the leader, but it's her fault.
I think the reasonable argument would be if she was following his lead, she would have got the deletion. But that's just
see for me, I don't agree. I will never promote. I will never, not ever promote deleting a baby from the womb. I will never promote it. I can't do it. It's just not in me.
Is it for religious reasons?
Mine is morally.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's religion. I think it's more of that's how I feel, and I think it's more about a morality thing. Like, first of all, I planted my seed right there. So for me, if I didn't want it, I wouldn't have planted my seed.
So I'm making the adverse argument. Again, I cannot emphasize I do not believe in this argument, nor do I think that children should be. I'm just, I'm convincing. I can make great arguments. Okay. You come on now, So AP, I agree with you. But to further this argument, if the man is supposed to be a leader, right? He either has to by force lead you or by choice lead you. And if she is choosing not to follow, what is the next step?
If she chooses not to follow,
Mm-hmm.
you as a man have to know to walk away. You have to understand what you're dealing with.
She already pregnant.
She already pregnant. So up until this point, she followed you, right? Up to this point, she followed you. So you decided not to marry her and get her pregnant. That's what you're telling me?
Up until this point, you and her had again, this is not my situation. Up until this point, you and her had an agreement that if anything happened, because she had taken the Plan B once or twice before, y'all knew that if she got in a pregnant situation, she would no longer be pregnant and no child would exist because of it. That was an understanding between the two of you. And she up and changes the understanding when she feels like it. How do you respond to that?
You a damn fool for impregnating her without marriage first. That's your fault. Nickel.
Right, but does that then mean that we should view women as, what did they say? I'm trying to think of the word.
If you believe a woman, that's on you. That's on you. If you believe, if she was doing everything,
okay, we're gonna wrap this up.
I was gonna say the child's already here with the step parent situation. They're already here.
No, but what I'm saying is, that if we as men moved right, moved properly, did what we were supposed to do, there would be no step parent. She wouldn't get pregnant until she got a ring.
But that doesn't mean it wouldn't be a step parent. That just means.
I mean, unless we got a divorce, and I'm not counting those. I'm not counting divorce. Divorce is a whole different animal. It's a whole.
You never had
different animal.
You never had a long-term buddy you used to just have pleasure with a pleasure buddy
without a condom.
Have you ever had a pleasure buddy
without a condom?
Have you ever had a pleasure buddy? Because I'm gonna get
without a condom. Wait, no. It's illegal. No, we gotta put clarity on this. Are you asking if I've ever had a long-term sex partner without a condom?
2 years. You've been having sex with her for 2 years, right?
Without a condom?
2 straight years.
You're not understanding me. Like, there's no way I'm doing that without a condom.
For 2 straight years.
To answer the question,
he
yes.
Would be with a sex partner that he doesn't see long-term without a condom. That's what I think he's trying to say.
Who, me? Oh yeah, no. Like if we're long-term sex partners, and I know we're not getting married, there's no way in hell, and I'm 100% on this, no way in hell I'm going to have sex with you without a condom. It ain't happening. And I've yet to have an accident.
Well, one man can do it.
Question.
I've yet to have an accident.
Listen.
I've yet to have an oopsie.
Then the question is, why would you even stay with somebody 2 years if
I'm not staying with them? We have a mutual agreement. She likes what I give, and I like what she has.
For 2 years, though?
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, you
does it really matter?
Friends for a lifetime. It could be. Some people have agreements where no matter who you with, you always gonna slide.
Wow.
Well, that's 50% of our household because only 48%.
Well, that's true. So yeah,
2%.
Cohabitating partners, I guess.
That's the majority.
Like
Okay,
I just believe it's on a man to lock it. I really do. I believe it's on a man to lock it down. If she's doing what she's supposed to do, he's done his vetting, and his job is to lock her down, get married, have a kid. Like, I don't understand why it's such an argument to, like, why men argue being out of order. I don't understand that.
So,
well, I guess this is what I don't understand either, and this is just me. I'm not a man, so I can't speak to that. But I guess just thinking logically, if I know all the odds are against me when it comes to having sex in the aftermath of that, whether it be, ended up having a kid, or now I have to pay child support, all of those things that men make an argument for, like, I didn't have a choice. She's talking about my body, my choice. I didn't have a choice. So if, as a man or a person in that situation, that I know all of the odds are stacked against me if I get her pregnant, then I think for me, I wouldn't even consider her as an option to make sure that she protects me by ensuring that I have birth control or ensuring that she's on birth control. I think I would take full responsibility to protect my own self if I know that the consequences that come after that is unfair to me. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the part that I think I get confused with guys who get so upset and saying, well, it's the woman's responsibility. She controls sex. She has to open up her legs. All of those things. I'm not saying that I don't disagree with that. Yes, she has a choice to open up her legs. But me as a man, knowing that once that choice is made, I lose all control after that, I would make sure that I'm protecting myself so I can maintain my level of control in that situation.
You're the way you phrasing this, every time you phrase it to me sounds like, if I was to reverse it, it's like advocating for rape, because the removal of consent. So if I gotta that's like saying don't wear too short of a skirt while you go on a date.
I agree with that though. I agree with that.
If he says no, it's no. I mean,
the thing is that you want to minimize the damage, right? We want it to be a perfect world, but we realize that it's not. It's unfortunate. If I want to walk down the street butt ass naked, I should be able to do that without the fear of being assaulted, right?
What?
No,
what?
I'm saying, in an ideal world, I should
that's
be able
the same scenario as I should be able to. I'm just saying.
In the ideal world, but the truth of the matter is because I know that that's not the situation. Guess what? I have to make sure that I am mindful of what I'm doing, where I'm going, who I'm going with. Like women are always thinking about a lot. We have to travel in groups because we know there's a possibility that something could happen. You do have to be mindful of what you're wearing because you may be inviting unwanted attention. Like those are things that realistically happen. When we don't follow those rules and something happens, yes, we get upset and say that it shouldn't, but there is some accountability on our end because we know we're not living in a perfect world and these are consequences that may happen.
I agree. So do you think going forward with a child, you think rape is a crime, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think going forward with the child that he clearly from the very beginning told you he didn't want is a crime?
I would say the only reason that that's different is because you know what situation you're going in before you consent. That's the consent part. Let me just finish it. That's where the consent part is. So in any agreement, if you're signing off a document, they spell out everything that could potentially happen. These are the consequences if you don't follow the agreement, whatever. You go in with your eyes wide open in that situation and you consent to it.
No, you don't.
So then,
no, you don't.
So let me ask you.
You do.
No, you don't.
You do. Everybody know. No, Mike.
Go ahead.
You know that the consequence of having sex could be that you could end up getting a woman pregnant, or you
obviously. But wait. Remember, you're doing something I think that's legally not possible. When the other party can make the unilateral decision to end or create or birth the life, that takes away the liability from the man on that particular end. That's why I always say a man's sin stops at the sex. This is why we look to regulate women. You're the one who's left and has more at stake. Therefore, that's why you look at the women like, hey, you might be left with a baby. Your body might be left ruined. You might be out here trying to get mommy makeovers that may end your life. This is on you. He stops. His sin stops at the sex. He can literally disappear. You never see him again.
And that was my point earlier before you got on, is that in that regard, the woman has to deal with the consequences also that comes along with that. So nobody gets off, free.
Unless so basically, I don't really disagree with you because, I advocate for full accountability of fathers. This is why if you are going to make a man pay for a child, then you should give him the whole child. Make every man keep the child that you birthed for him.
I agree with that.
So if we're going to be out here saying a man has no responsibility, remember that is his. So
I don't know. You know, I'm going to run for governor one day. I'm going to find a scientific way to do this, to basically put it in law that you cannot unilaterally own a man's biological property. Because my babies are mine. They came out of your body, but shit, they mine. So you can't own and have claim to my biological property, take my money out of the account, then stop me from seeing them. Just run me the kids. If we're willing to do that, then I agree with you.
Now that I agree with.
So
Actually,
we're not going to do that. We need both parents. Both. There should be a 1 week.
Sure. Yes. Always. Always. We do
I
need both
always
parents.
believe 1 week on, 1 week off. 1 week on. I think that's the even way of doing it. You get both if that's the case. But let me just say this, Marky Mark, because I wanted to get this in. It's probably not even relevant now because nobody let me talk. But my point into your scenario, would that be equivalent to if you promised a girl a relationship if she had sex with you and then you reneged on it? Would that be the same?
If I did what now? If I that would be the same.
A relationship.
Yep, that would be the same. If I said after this sex we're gonna be together and I don't give you the relationship, that's the exact same thing. It's theft by deception. Because if I say I'm gonna pay you with credit for an item and refuse to pay you the debit that you're owed, I deceived you and took something from you. The same way, if you tell me you're not gonna have a baby, you deceived me and taken something from me. The same way, it's theft, but it's one-way theft. Fair exchange ain't robbery. That's not a fair exchange. You know what? I think I'm making the argument and listen to it. I think I won myself over kind of on this because as I'm arguing it out, it does make a lot of sense. Those is my.
That is.
I agree with that. I can agree with that.
Okay, so you got to take responsibility for every scenario.
Let's do these.
Outside of that, they argue.
Yeah, the super chats are piling up.
Okay.
Damn, I wish I had titties. I get so many more super chats on my show.
Darius Horton, $5. Are women going to be okay with the fact that men would now have almost all reproductive control if a vasectomy was mandated?
Woo!
I think so. They wouldn't have a choice.
How would they know? Would they?
No.
Listen.
Yeah, they wouldn't have a choice, just like you guys don't. I mean, it's the same situation.
So you admit we can get our consent removed from us. Can you all lobby for a bill with us? To get
right, Marcus, I don't disagree. You're right. But Shan has said this before. Men have all of the control before. Women have all of the control after.
We don't have all of the control before.
No. What do you mean?
Not at all. Like, I'm going to keep it 100. We don't have the control.
You do have the control to wear a condom or not. Absolutely.
Huh?
But
we're talking about that. Okay.
You
have all of control to make sure that you don't get someone pregnant.
In the exchange, first off, let me say this. The point that I've been arguing is actually Elkan Ali's argument. I'm making his argument. I didn't want to credit him for it because I don't know if he wanted me to say it. But now, since he put it in the chat, this is Elkan's Ali argument I'm making, which is why I can make it so well because me and him at the
Ali
hours and hours and hours.
You believe it though now, Marcus, right? Okay, sorry. Go on.
It's a great argument, though. It really is. The only reason I don't believe it fully is because I subscribe to ultimately.
What's the comment so I can put it up?
This is my argument. Give me my credit. Give your boy the love, King.
Okay.
You want me to read the super chat while you look for it, Marcus?
I'm trying to convince Ali to come up.
Ali, 1999. The difference is a trustworthy. Why is there women without kids, and why do women have set number of kids? Women make the decision for men, and when they want a child, not the men, there's no accountability for women.
Isn't the whole child the accountability?
I don't.
You can't take more accountability than raising a child.
Yeah.
That's an 18-year account.
Not even. It goes longer than that.
Woo! Okay, so next. Oh, who did that? Who is running the show here?
Okay, Ali.
All right. Ali, 499. Ali, you just need to pull up. So, AP, if a man gets your daughter pregnant, it's the man's fault. Her legs opening up without getting married is his fault. Damn, men in 2023.
See,
Actually,
this
that's
is
old
what's
school.
wait. This is what's funny to me. When you hold a man accountable, that's like saying you don't hold a woman accountable. That is the dumbest damn argument ever. What is what I said? I said women control the access to sex. I've never disputed that. Well, I did at first, and Trigger Mike corrected me a while ago. Ever since, I've always said it's two people. There are two. It's not a man's fault. It's not a woman's fault. It's both of their faults. So if my daughter gets pregnant, the man that got her pregnant is at fault for getting her pregnant, and she is at fault for allowing herself to get pregnant by opening up her legs. It is not one or the other. It is both, and I will stick to that and stay on that. Period.
Stand it
If
with
a
you.
kleptomaniac come in your store and you know it's a kleptomaniac and they steal something, who would
And
you
I didn't
go
have anybody watching them.
Yes.
Oh, what?
And I didn't have anybody watching them.
When we
I
talk-
know that they're a kleptomaniac. I know that this person that came into my house, I know that one of my relatives is a kleptomaniac and something's gonna walk out of my house. And I gave him full access to my entire house. That's my fault.
So if it is your fault, because you're supposed to protect the item that's valuable to you, how then the blame
But
on
you
men
know what?
is the argument.
Back in the day, men
No. See, now we're talking about breaking. See, now we're talking about breaking a law, right? So you're trying to draw a parallel between somebody coming into your house and taking some shit, or you letting somebody into your house and taking some shit, and somebody dropping their seed off and receiving some shit.
Hey,
It's not the same. It's not the same, bro.
It should be though, because I think people might be a little bit more careful, both parties, because I hold both
Some men are
parties
thieves.
accountable.
They're
No,
called
no,
rapists.
no.
There's a
No,
crime.
I'm
If they
saying
steal that, it's a crime called rape.
I'm saying that this is such a sacred act that it should be considered as serious as. I mean, that's kind of confusing as far as like whole, like,
Well, back in the day, to your point, Coach K, it was considered very serious back in the day, because if that something like that happened, there were forced marriage, those shotgun weddings, because it was that serious. There was accountability on both parts. Whether you guys are in love with each other or not, y'all did this act. Both of y'all are going to suffer the consequences by getting married and having this kid together.
Yep.
The problem is that has been removed.
Y'all gotta get some better.
I agree with that.
Bring that shit back.
I agree.
But
I agree.
again,
Bring it back.
Ali, I'm not removing women from their accountability, but I'm not going to talk to them about that. I'm going to let another woman talk to them about that. That's not my job. My job is to try to reach the men, the people I can talk to, who I understand the way they think, the way they process. I've been that dude. I've been that guy.
It didn't go wrong.
So if I can say, hey, make a better decision than me, my job is to focus you on making a better decision than I used to make.
Did you ever make a bad decision by going at somebody raw that you was messing with for 2 years?
Next super chat. Next super chat. So what I will say is I've made better choices since I was about 33, 34. I've made much better decisions since then.
Interesting, because that's the time I say when men change.
Mind your business, Marcus. We ain't hearing it, Marcus.
All right.
Men definitely go raw with long-term sex problems. AP is telling lie after lie. He did it when he was on the panel. Brother, stop it. You hurting us.
I just told the truth. What is he talking about?
He's talking about before. In the original question, you was like, "Nah, I've always." Then in this one, you just.
Well, I mean, shit. In my 20s, I was an idiot. I'll admit. I've actually said it a million times. I was dumb in my 20s.
Ali, $9.99. AP admitted he did women wrong in the past and how he ended up single when we were on the panel, but he ain't go raw in any of them. That's cap. I'll bet everything he's going raw in his current.
I am not, actually. Nice try. I am not. Serious face. I'm not. I'm dead serious. Not yet. We'll see what happens after September.
Do you have like a?
I need a hat.
Search High 87.
There's a date.
Okay. Yay. I want to hear more from Coach K, Inaz, and Marcus. Okay, that means we need to shut up.
What am I? Chopped liver? Goddamn, Search High. Okay.
You weren't here yet. Trigger Mike.
It's all good.
All right, Ali. $4.99. Ali want to be up here. Come on, Ali.
Just bring your
this link. So if a woman lays naked next to a man, it means sex. You shouldn't take your clothes off. The double standard and lack of accountability as well. I agree too. A woman should not put herself in that position.
But that's the way y'all act, though. Listen, I'm out here being wild and senseless. Don't just look at my titties sitting on the side of your cheek and while I'm trying to put the whole vagina on your sideburns. Don't mind me. I'm just being a woman and sexy. Don't pull your thing out. That's how y'all talk in these streets. That's how much self-control men are supposed to have, according to y'all.
Well, my thing is, but let me ask you.
That's how much self-control men should have.
Wouldn't you remove yourself from that situation?
That's not consent. He needs to give consent during that, because that's like assault almost.
No, take your ass, dude.
But can't you leave?
Why don't you leave?
Hold on.
Can't you leave?
What are we talking about?
Hold on, y'all. That situation, Coach K, when I say that is how forceful drunk girls can be.
Oh, I misread this.
With you,
I'm sorry.
Every dude can tell you a story about a girl like closing her way out of the door, like move. It was either a girl you was messing with, friend, sister, cousin, whatever, doing that to you. Girls be forceful, and you can't really. Well, you won't really.
I believe it.
So can I just?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misread this. Ali, you're right on this point that you're making, actually.
Inaz wants to speak.
So, yeah, I just wanted to say, so like, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, right? That's the same level of self-control we're asking women to have in keeping their legs closed while men are out here pretending to have relationships with them. Just saying. I'd like,
Oh, okay. You said relationship, so no, that makes sense. You said relationship, so yeah, that makes sense.
Well, damn it. And now quit making sense, please.
If y'all have heard my show before, I always say, like, when you are talking to women, the chastity of a woman is actually very hard to keep. This is why I will say things that are kind of antiquated but need to be said, like, hey, I don't like how arrogant women are. That's my thing, where women pretend like they can occupy a intimate space with a man and not get broken the fuck down. Like, literally, dudes will be on their phone like, so you coming through, or I'm just coming through for a little bit. You just sitting here like, oh my God, I'm about to take her ass to Pound Town. Like, see, you gonna come through, but I'm not doing nothing. No, like, have y'all ever got that shit? Like, come on, son. You gonna come through here this late, but you're not doing nothing? Like, you see what I'm saying? So we just want women to stop being so naive.
You think that's funny?
What if somebody in situations?
Funny about that.
Listen, 9 times out of 10, if a woman comes and she's attracted to you and y'all do that late night call, she know what it is. Is no doubt. She know what it is.
Some of them be friends.
What's considered late? Maybe what's considered late?
11. I say 11 after
10:30, 11.
If something go wrong, do not
See, y'all tripping.
She know what it is. If she's attracted to you, she gonna come through. Even if in her mind she's not gonna do something is gonna shake. It may not be. Y'all might not end up doing all the way,
like hunching,
but something is gonna be going down. Absolutely, a woman knows, because if she
don't be thinking you about to get some ass. I used to sit in my apartment.
If she ain't interested, she ain't coming through.
After 9:30, it is what it is.
Truly sees you as a friend, then nothing is gonna happen.
And she ain't gonna bring her ass over to my house after 9:30 neither.
That's not true.
Exactly.
You're saying you've never been with a guy that you truly like that, and you just lay beside him. Maybe y'all fool around, but it ain't lead to sex.
Well, that's fooling around.
Kidding me?
Wait,
Chad, something
is wrong with that guy.
That's not
right.
true.
That's all I got to say.
That is
right.
Something is going down. Bottom line, if we've been kicking it, I'm attracted, and I'm going over at that time, and so much so that I'm laying in the bed next to him. I'm giving all of the signals to the guy that I'm with it.
That ain't
because if that's the case, why am I laying in his bed?
I'm coming to the door with a robe on.
And you don't want
That's how ready I'm gonna be.
Maybe
then I go sleep in the other room. I've done that to make it clear. Like if I'm out and I know that nothing's going down, and for whatever reason I can't get home, or it's too late, or I've been drinking, whatever, I don't mind staying, but I'm not staying in the same room with you. I will sleep on the couch. I will sleep in the guest bedroom, but I'm not laying up in the bed with you, because I know the moment I do that, I'm sending the wrong signal.
Yep.
And if I'm not trying to be with you like that,
so take your ass home.
Going to the house, and now, okay, you can go to the house, but don't stick me in a room. Like,
yeah, if I'm laying in the bed and we hunching, somebody's getting blessed, and more than likely it's gonna be me.
Look, you see, she is a blue
are you one of those women?
You a blue baller because you
yes.
I
like the color blue.
You've gotten abruptly kicked out before. Don't lie.
You said whatever.
No, I haven't.
You blue ball, not you. No. She's talking
because
about
that's the worst part. He's sitting out a bunch of
people. Every guy that chooses just to sit and you lay beside does not deserve your vagina. I'm sorry.
But then why lay beside them?
You're making my point. Hold on, Shan. Hold on, Shan. You are making my point. Hold on, Shan. You're making my point. That is, to me, on some real stuff. That is really dangerous for women. It is. That is dangerous.
If you're dealing with an idiot,
we tell boys not to be presumptuous and all this type of stuff, but you got to understand that that's the type of guy I am. I literally wait for blatant, overt signals before I make a move. Like, oh, she literally got to be hunching where she's doing the weird poke of her ass all the way back, where I'm like, okay, bet she's ready. But when you do all of that and you lay down in my bed, a man like me who has been careful his whole life, that's the signal that we're about to do something. So, yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes I wish, and I've actually talked about this with my husband, because I'm a female, he's a male. Like, I don't know what it's like. And I sometimes wish out of my own curiosity into also, because I don't know what it's like if women, or maybe vice versa, could have like an experiment. Obviously, this is impossible to know what testosterone is like. You know what I mean? To like have that feeling, you know?
Coach K, so look, I seen this happen. Hold on. Let's get this real quick out. I seen this happen on the show. It might have been Jubilee, where they had trans people and then people who retransition. And what they I seen it yesterday. And what they talked about was when they took the estrogen, their sex drive completely dropped to the point that they were asexual and didn't want to have sex. And they went through life not being able to experience the same sex drive until they got back on the testosterone. And then they say their sex drive came back like roaring, better than ever. And I think a woman really, really, really want to understand, man, get on some transition drugs, take a lot of testosterone, tell me how we feel, and then go back to regular.
You're going to be a walking orgasm, I'll tell you that.
I'll say exact hormonally. Go ahead, he does.
Yeah, I don't recommend that. Then you're gonna have women with chest hair walking around.
Yeah, no.
With beards.
I wish they could.
You know what they do, like paint
some of this loving.
But I so like women still experience spikes of testosterone. Like women with high sex drives have frequent high spikes of testosterone. The difference between men and women, because on the internet we like to pretend that women don't have testosterone and men don't have estrogen. Our levels are just different. But like we don't have the same consistency in testosterone. And I think that's what women don't really understand. Like when we have that spike and we're ready to go, like we only have like 10, 15, if you're on the higher end, 20% of the testosterone that a man has. Like imagine like 5 times the amount of that. And I think that will really put things into perspective for women, right? Like when you're having those moments where you're really in heat, you're ready to go, and like just everything and everyone's kind of looking good to you in that moment, whether you want to act on it or not, right? Like that urge still exists because women, if we're honest, we have those feelings too. But I think because for us it's more moments, women assume that it's the same for men, but like that's the testosterone spike. Men deal with that like 80 to 90% of the time, and I think that will create a little bit more compassion in that conversation.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and even understanding, because it's like, oh, if I think something's harmless, and he's like getting an idea, I'm like, oh, my bad, like I didn't know, you know what I mean? But it's just interesting.
No, I just think it's not safe, and I think that's something that a lot of women have done in their arrogance is start to play with fire and think they can just occupy intimate spaces with men and sex not be involved. This is why the courting process is extremely important, because it provided women safety throughout the entire process. A man could literally get to know you without knowing, like literally you'd be in such a controlled environment that you knew he was showing up to get to know you, because no sex was absolutely going down. Right. So that was what was best for women. Is absolutely unsafe. I saw my father-in-law do this when I met him for the first time years ago. I thought that was like one of his kids or one of his brother's kid or something. That was his daughter's boyfriend in the house sitting down playing video games with her brother. And at first, I thought that was something white families did. Then he's like, no, if this boy gonna be here spending time with my daughter, he gonna do that in my face, in my house, all this. And I started like, that shit is genius. That's genius, right? So all the time he spends with her, he spends quality time, harmless, time with her in front of him. And I think that's best for women. Unless you just want to get your back blown out, then we can do that shit too.
Let me ask you, in your experience, what is the most arousing thing in relation to talking to women? Like
who
for
has
us,
to rap music?
Hold on, that's AP. Hold on. Go ahead.
For us, visually, right? Like looking at the angles and curves on a woman's body is an intoxicating effect, right? But so Ali made an interesting point in the chat. He was saying it could be mental for women. So you could tickle their sexual drive verbally or by touching something mentally. Do you think that would make it harder for them to maintain abstinence if they were able to just go and talk to you like at the father's house where she really got to know you, as opposed to just the hit it and quit it type?
I think it would pique her curiosity. I think that's also what you want in a sense. So you want a woman to not you want to try to create some kind of bond or attachment without the oxytocin release, right? Because that's going to confuse her. That's literally what's happening now. People are talking up to a point. You know how they say a female only ages or matures past her first sexual attention from men? Then she realized, I don't got to age anymore. Then she stops there. Well, that same thing happens in a dating process. You talk to a guy and ask all the important questions up until you get your back blown out. Then you just kind of forget because she just want to keep getting her back blown out. So now you're accepting bad behavior. You're expecting no calls back. You're expecting 3 days. You're accepting 3 days in between texts. So I think it's better for her. It's going to pique her interest in the real way to do that, because the body's naturally going to follow when you take the mind, but she can't do anything because she's under the protection of her father. So I still think it's beneficial.
Which leads us back to our point.
Okay, super chat.
The absent fathers and the absenteeism and co-parenting. Let me rephrase it.
There's no problem you suffer from that cannot be traced back to fatherlessness.
Did we do this one already?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right. Big Ant 11, $10. Taken. How come simple accountability seems not to be your best quality? Just curious. I'm not understanding what I'm not taking accountability for.
The consent. He was talking about consent.
Is it holding both people accountable in the situation? Is me not taking accountability when I'm saying both people are responsible? I don't know.
I get it too, mistaken.
I don't understand it. That don't make sense to me if I'm saying both people are accountable, but okay. Sir Chai 87, $2. Can we have a X-rated spicy Chic critique?
Why did I think that's a Chick-fil-A or something?
Don't worry. Don't worry. When Shane gets excited, it turns a little triple X.
All right. D-discipline equals more money. Oh.
Where's that at?
Sorry, my bad. Big pressure, $5. D-discipline equals more money. Y'all know a woman costs more time and money.
That is facts.
There, no lie there at all.
Depends.
Harrison Davis, $5. Love the show. Salute.
Hold on. We're not gonna just skip over like Shan just said. Depends.
757. What's up?
I agree with it.
Shan, why do you say it depends on from the last super chat?
Why do you think it's more money?
They don't spend the
It's more
money. How
money.
would they know, AP? They don't spend the money.
I'm gonna agree with her
I
on
can
this.
have fun with somebody without having to spend money.
Oh God, what earth do you live? Come
I
on,
do that all the time.
No, you can. It's true.
You can.
you can't.
Can
But
I
so
point something out that I heard today, actually?
yeah.
And it made a good point. It was something on Instagram. It was saying men had discipline when it comes to going to the gym every day, working out. Discipline when it comes to going to work, trying to build wealth. Discipline when it comes to all of these areas. So if men have discipline in all of these areas, why all of a sudden in the one area when it comes to them practicing discipline, then they have no control over that?
All
You know
of
what's
that.
interesting?
just
We answer this
mentioned,
question.
not-
It's
all
of
always
that-
the same answer.
Well, women-
Biology.
And there was a guy
Right.
saying
Yeah.
that, by the
Okay.
way.
Okay,
Well-
that's good. I was
well,
gonna say because women call
there are
them
a lot of
fat
simps out
and
here, you
poor
know.
all the time too. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
everything that you said was
It
a
is.
choice. Dick discipline. So I keep telling y'all, dick discipline has never existed. It's not supposed to exist because we were animals first. All right. The nature of in biology, as Marcus said, of what happens to a man when he sees flesh, literally because because your top half is cut off the way it is. There's a dude that will look at the screen and be like, "Oh God!" Like literally spanking his meat right now, like somewhere. A dude is doing that.
No, for real. No.
No, but it's
Dead
skin. You see, this is why in most religions they tell a woman to be fully covered, right? So you got to understand that's like as disgusting as we've made it in the civilized world. We created the civilized world. We were in an animal, uncivilized world before this. So those natural things still apply.
Marcus,
But
I want to know. I want to know how
Can we?
a woman
you guys,
doesn't cost
we have
more
to
time,
wrap this
cost
up.
more
This not
money
even
and
a
time.
subject.
Well, the reason I said it is because I remember being in college or like being in high school and not having no money, and it was a lot more sex that I could have had than when I had to go
That's
do
a
something
fact. Shit.
and make money and then have responsibilities. So the more money I had, the less actual. You get what I'm saying?
So the question that I didn't have, because I know you played basketball, so I know you had to work out. So the time you're spending with a chick is costing you workout time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I failed in that regard.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I failed in that regard. But to my defense, I didn't spend that much time. So
5 minutes don't count, right?
no, that minutes. No, I'm talking about like you got to court somebody and go on. I wasn't doing none of that shit.
Oh.
I probably ain't going on dates till I was grown.
Okay.
So what we know, let me say this. What we know is dick discipline.
Well, it was something that you said, Mike, that I agree with, but the other caveat to that, when men are talking about their natural instinct, the biological aspect, we were animals first. As humans, the difference that have set us aside other animals is our ability to control our instincts.
No. So that is it's a facade. So that was what I was about to say. No, wait, listen, let me explain it. It's a facade because what we're doing is there are two factors necessary for dick discipline to occur, or as we know it, desire and opportunity. You cannot take away the desire to have sex. Men on the panel, can anybody take away your desire to have content? So that desire is that instinct that you're talking about. It's never going away. Men found out that take away the opportunity and we can create something that looks like this dick discipline. Fathers take away the opportunity. Brothers take away the opportunity. The shame from society used to take away the opportunity. And that's what looked like dick discipline.
Right. And that's what I was going to say. But even still, you were able to control it, is what I'm saying. You put an animal around, a lion around me, it's still going to eat it because it's its natural instinct. That's what separates you from that animal. Even for women, women have a natural inclination to want to have sex as well. But the consequences, like what you were saying, in terms of society, consequences that come along with that, like the shame or, whatever the consequences would be, guess what? She learns how to bridle that natural instinct to want to have sex. The thing is that with men, that there isn't, I'll say with American men, because I don't know what happens in other societies and faiths and stuff like that, with regards to sex, is that there aren't really any consequences. In fact, they're taught, in a sense, to bed as many women as they can because that makes them more of a man. So there is no boundary that is set with consequences for men in regards to that. And I'll definitely say nowadays, because we did speak to if a man, typically if he has sex with a woman and got her pregnant, then a consequence would be he would have to marry her. But that is no longer a consequence.
Ooh, you're gonna red pill me today.
Guys, we have to wrap this up. So get those thoughts. We're not even on the subject.
Get her point.
We have taken the pre and just
made
an hour and a half out of it.
All right, let me finish the super chats and we can move on, Shan. All right. Where did I leave off?
Got a point she wanted to make.
Okay, here it goes. Many guys around, they just not around. Get me.
No, we don't get you.
I'm sorry, I don't get you. Can you do another super chat and explain what you mean?
The fuck that mean?
LD. $4.99. I'm convinced Ali dipping in that strange garden. Lil dude seem mad.
I ain't gonna let you do that to Ali now. I'm not gonna let you do that to Ali.
Absolutely.
Hell, I don't think that's true at all.
Not at all.
At all. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Reese Anderson. We men get rejected every day. Discipline for who?
You understood that?
I still don't get it. Can you send another?
I kind of get what he's trying to say, but
explain it, AP.
Missing the mark. So he's saying so if we throw 10 rocks out, maybe only one will hit the target. We don't have to practice discipline because of the rejection. We already get rejected. So when we get that one, we're gonna take that one because that was the one that the rock hit.
Okay, got you.
Inez had a point, by the way.
Ali, $9.99. No worries. If women ever fear dealing with the wrong guy, call AP. He has protected and responsible
sex.
Sex? Oh, okay. That's what that means. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, no woman ever said, I want protected and responsible sex with the man I want. Women are cat.
Basically, women like it raw.
Yeah.
You said it before.
That's what I said. Yeah. Who does it?
Like
that don't mean you don't be responsible.
They like it raw.
And I like eating 10 donuts every day, but
whoa, I didn't know where you were going with that. I was
like, Darius Hart, $2. Discipline is equal to acquisitive woman. Can somebody explain that for me?
Women that don't ask questions.
He meant inquisitive. Okay. Ali, AP, you know I got love for you, but gonna give you hard time till you tell the absolute truth on God.
I know it, Ali.
He stand on what he says, and I agree with him. And that's why everybody getting mad.
Why do people
I notice when men and women agree, there's always men that get mad at the man that agrees with the woman.
But his point earlier that he agreed to, he changed like 15 minutes later.
Which one?
What point?
About he never had sex with somebody.
No, I didn't say never. I never said never. I said I don't. In which I don't.
That's some semantics for your ass.
No.
Well, I mean, I don't.
Okay, so we're gonna read this real fast, and then we're gonna go into the next question.
All right, 499. You saw it taking face, right when the responsible and protected sex was ready.
Oh, we didn't see. I didn't see her face. So much you mistaken. She's frozen. I see her face now, though.
She had it.
Now I don't have to have.
God,
Look, now I don't have to have responsible, protected sex. That's the benefit of getting married.
That's one of the benefits of getting married. Let me blow your
I
back.
don't even have to think about it. I could lay naked in the bed and toot it up.
They need to make an infomercial. They need to make a marriage infomercial. Want to shoot up the club free of guilt?
Well, but Mistaken said that she's on an IUD, right? So you take steps to protect yourself. Okay, so now that we've gotten through the complications before,
Ali hating. I ain't got a cat. I do. I'm sorry, but he's saying that I'm capping. I'm not.
Okay, I braid my hair and it's time to go to bed.
Don't say
it. Okay.
I can have very irresponsible sex all the time, but go ahead.
Okay, so listen, you guys, my hair, not my head. But so now that we know what takes place, and let's just say all of these things are taking place, you are now, the kid is here. What is stopping us from what is stopping two parents from getting along? Can we talk about those things? If we know that it's good for the child to have a balance, the mom and dad, be a part of their lives, what do you think the biggest complication is to getting those Mike, stop.
That's the face she be making when she reading? Oh, never mind.
I'm not even reading.
I know what's happening. The answer is polygamy. Polygamy is getting along. I'll be right back.
Polygamy?
No, the answer. So the answer is the woman, Shan.
Okay, she ain't even got a question out there.
If you this is not even a joke.
I didn't.
Listen, if you wanted to change all of this literally overnight, tell all women, get a bunch of grief counselors together, and let them know your children are now under primary custody of their father. You will see all this vindictive spitefulness and all of that. So this is the thing. You have never, I don't think I've ever in my life heard a father say that a child does not need its mother. I have heard countless women say, I can do it without him. A child don't need his father. I can be his father. My boyfriend, he good. He got a daddy already, other than his biological father. All of this is happening simply because women have primary custody of children. I have numerous people that have come on my show. I think Prototype Dad being the one that's most notable, saying this is what his ex-wife was doing. He petitioned for custody and got it. Literally, all of that shit stopped. She was giving him a hassle seeing his kids, putting stuff in their ear about him. He got his kids from her, never had an issue with her again. She was on a straight and narrow. So if men controlled it, we would be at visitation on time. We don't talk bad about mothers because we know how much they need that nurturing side after I discipline their ass all week. Yeah, go there and get patted up and get your hugs. Because it's.
So are you saying as a default? So what about people who can co-parent one on? Why wouldn't the default just be you both equally have joint custody?
That's impossible. Somebody has to have primary custody. They have to go to one school, from somebody's house. That's typically what happens. We also understand that's pretty idiotic,
but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, but I'm saying in a school week, especially a dad is going to understand they need to stay. They need to go to one school, be under one roof, have one routine in one house. And I'm saying that it should be the father's house.
So are these the same guys that I know we had a conversation about if he's a high value man, he doesn't have time, he's working all the time. You have to understand that when you're with a high value man.
No, it don't. So hold on, Shan.
So are these the same guys? I personally believe
Okay.
that men and women should have equal rights to a child. You need your father and you need your mother.
Yeah, but you need both. Let's be honest. They should be married. You need both. Staying in the same house. That is what is ideal. So this is not the high value men, because most men aren't high value men. We're talking about the average man that is home by 5 or works night shift or whatever. There are numerous things. So we're talking about co-parenting as if these people are not together, which in many communities is the norm. These men are home by 5. They don't, or they work an 8 to 12-hour shift. They will be home and able to take care of their kids. The one thing that I want women to understand when y'all try to make all these statements, if you can do it, I can do it. So whatever concessions that you're making to take care of the child, I will make the same concessions. Not only that, a man is more likely to recreate a stable home for the children through remarriage. He is.
That's because they don't want to take care of the kid by themselves.
No, it's not.
I know.
Literally
y'all hate niggas, man. Y'all hate Mike,
niggas, man. Mike, not everybody is like you.
I promise you, I kid you not, on more than one occasion, I have heard come out of a man's mouth that if they had their kid, they would get a woman because they know that the woman would help them take care of the kid.
Well, so don't women want the exact same thing, but they can't get it?
What do you mean?
I think we have some people whose their wife died. Let's say their wife is deceased. So when I said that I would not, if I was divorced, I wouldn't get remarried, only because I would just want to focus on my kids. But if I was a widower, then I'd be like, damn, they need that replaced in their life. So then I would look to recreate that stable home environment for them. Men have a way better chance at doing that because you want to create that family environment for them. So it's not just helping me take care of the kids. It's literally after I've disciplined them, I like, look, my children would be straight A students. They would be everything. They would go to Harvard, but they would be walking fucking soldiers around here. So somebody, after I've disciplined them, to put them into their bosom, let them know it's going to be all right. They have the softness, the nurturing that I don't have. I would want to recreate that for them, which is why I would go out and look for a mother figure for them. So I think that's what most men are doing, not just help me take care of these kids. Everybody wants that.
So let me ask you a question. I think that when we look at you and a lot of the men that I know, I would trust that situation. But I would think that would be on a situational basis. I don't think that all women are great mothers. I don't think that all men are great fathers. Would it not be wise to just look at the person who you feel is the most fit parent? It shouldn't automatically be a default, okay, it goes to the woman. It should really be.
I agree, Shan, but from a from a statistical standpoint, this is what I'm really trying to say, because I don't want to call, you're right, most women, some women aren't great mothers, some men aren't great fathers, but regardless of whether you pass that test or not, many people end up parents anyway. And in that, if you're not together, if you're not going to make it work in the same home with that woman, the father is usually the better choice. Here's why. Because women are like, well, I know such great mothers. I do too. Women are usually the most celebrated person in a marriage, in a family. And it's because of the dad that a mom is celebrated that way. He's the disciplinarian. I don't let my kids disrespect their mother, right? After I've disciplined them, they literally get to go to her for nurturing. She gets to always be the nice person because I'm the stringent one, right? So that's why moms are so celebrated, because they've been shown love and support all their life without her having to be the sole disciplinarian. She just gets to be their mother. But outside of that, then she has to be the disciplinarian. Then mom's the bitch. And then you have mixed feelings about moms. And then the dad becomes the one whose structure you seek more when dad is outside of the home. That's my point.
Trigger Mark, I got a question for you, just real quick. What percentage of men do you believe would want primary custody of the kids?
That's a great question. I don't care. Drop them off at their doorstep anyway.
Who said hell no.
So that is my actual point. I don't care. Mandated through the government, let them figure it out. If the woman can do it, the man can do it. So that's what I'm saying. They don't expect it, sure, but if you created the baby, that's what I'm saying. I advocate for full responsibility of dad. You want to stop this problem? Drop them kids off at his doorstep.
See, I don't disagree with you because that you mentioned that on your show probably 3-4 weeks ago, and I completely agree with you on that. I completely agree with you on
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, go ahead.
But I've been thinking, aside from people like you, me, Marcus, maybe even Chaotic,
Yeah.
what percentage of men would really want the responsibility of
I do have an
raising
answer
their
for that.
kids?
I do have an answer for that. It is the same exact percentage of women that actually want the kid. Remember, the woman doesn't want the kid without the man.
But this is the thing, though, Mike.
So when that man leaves, she don't want that kid.
This is the thing, though, Mike.
Most women do not want those kids when that man leaves.
The
They don't,
statistics
Chat,
don't.
help me out.
The
These women are the
statistics.
most abusive women that have ever lived to their children, simply because they did not want them, and now
Are
they
you
have a
saying
living
the
representation.
majority of women who are mothers are abusive? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that single mother, the same amount of single mothers that had the kid basically to keep the father outside of wedlock, they are indifferent about their desire to be a mother anymore after the kid is born and the father leaves. They're indifferent about it, at least.
Well, what I was just going to say is just in terms of saying most men want their kids, I do believe that most men want to be involved with their children, but I don't think most men want the full-time responsibility of being a father. And the reason I say that is because during most divorces or any kind of settlements like that, it shows that the agreement majority of the times are made for the mother to be the primary parent before they even go to court. Yeah. So they both come to the agreement, which the guy agrees that the kid should stay with the mom.
But
so
that's not
if that's
that,
the case.
You got to understand the that's not because he thinks you literally just don't want to hurt. She's just gonna cry. That's like, oh, but these are my baby. Like that's really what that's about.
Crying is gonna stop them. What?
Especially at that point, if they don't like each other.
No, but y'all are like making y'all
women
are oversimplifying.
Get married. Y'all don't listen to that.
Y'all are oversimplifying it.
I'm really
going
not.
to cry and break. Didn't you hear me say that when I do that thing where I mandate that all children go to their father at the age of 9 years old, you're going to have to hire grief counselors give free grief counseling for the moms, because they're literally going to petition, this baby came out of my body and they've been with me for, how could you? Dads, and this is actually pretty funny. This is why dads are always demonized when the divorce happens. Dads will not do what moms do and tear the mom's image down in front of the kids.
That's a fact.
We won't do that.
I can agree to that.
So the second she starts saying things like, these are my kids, what would I do without my kids? He's just going to give up and be like, all right, the kids can stay with you. Shit.
But Mike, let's just be honest. I think that you're thinking that every man is like you. I do know guys.
Most men are.
Listen what I'm saying. I do know guys who, yes, they are very involved parents. They get their kids when they're supposed to get their kids weekly, but they do not want the kid all the time.
I got something to say. We kind of froze Inaz out the conversation. She ain't said nothing like an hour.
Damn, my bad.
You said what now?
We froze Inaz out the conversation. She ain't
but Inaz knows we love her.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
What's that mean? Okay. Did y'all hear what I said?
No, Inaz was going. I think.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Inaz. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about me. Go ahead.
It's interesting that Trigger Mike brings this up, because in Muslim countries, that's how it works. Like up until the age of puberty, the woman has primary custody in the case of a divorce. And then after the age of puberty, which I think they assume is like 9, 10-ish, the father gets custodial custody of the children. That doesn't mean that the woman doesn't have access to her children, that she's not a part of their lives. But typically, the husband is the one who assumes, one, because he's the leader of the family, regardless of if the marriage has dissolved or not. And two, because the children bear his name, he's their lineage and his responsibility. Now, they often get remarried very quickly, right? And so there is another woman to kind of fill in that gap in his household, to kind of take that secondary maternal role. But the children become so much better rounded than children in Western society in those situations. right? Because as much as you can't replace a mother, like a biological mother, you also can't replace a biological father, right? And in this system, what we're seeing is that people are manipulating the system to force relationships that should have never existed in the first place, right? The only people that suffer truly are the children, because what happens is they repeat the cycle that they grow up in and that they see, and then we have now a second generation doing the same thing, which is going to cause a third generation, right? And so as controversial as Trigger Mike's take is, I think regardless of whether the men want full responsibility of the children or not, I think it would really change the dynamic of what custody looks like if that was the default setting.
But I think that you made one important.
It used to be.
You said one thing. You said that she gets the child at the early age. So wouldn't that even out? Like she gets it like just for 9 years, and then he has the child for another 9 years. That's still. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, so in those countries, it's not till 18, right? It's until they get married. So the difference it's a little it goes past another 9 years, right?
Gotcha.
But
men be getting home all day, like the guys just gonna be.
So, but men tend to, not always, but tend to get married a little bit younger, right? In those areas of the world where like it's early to mid 20s where they start to get married. So the father would have custody for a longer period of time at that point. But regardless, like it's still, you're not seeing the cycle continue in that system. Where even though there aren't as many divorces, in the cases where there are, the children aren't replicating the behavior, right? And so I think it would be an interesting case study to see what that shift in laws would look like in this part of the world.
Do you think most women would agree to that? I mean, I would. I would if I had if I had a son. I have a son. If I had a daughter, I don't think I would, just on the strength of, I do think a female needs their mom as they transition through puberty and everything, but the dad definitely needs to be involved. That's not a situation where the dad does not need to be involved, because I think the dad being involved is very important for the daughter. But if I had a son, I definitely think that I wouldn't have any problem transitioning from like his primary years, giving him to make his dad be the primary custodial parent, because I think at that age, the father needs to have more influence over him and teach him how to be a man, because I know I could never do that.
So one of the, I'm sorry, who was going to go?
It was me. Sorry, I just wanted to answer Mistaken's question. So I think the way we look at it in this part of the world is very different in terms of women in puberty, right? The way that part of the world looks at it is that it's more important for the dad to be there, because as she's transitioning through puberty, her hormones are raging, right? That's really where a woman starts to discipline herself in keeping her needs together.
Hot in the pants.
So that's where the father being more present becomes so much more essential in terms of.
Isn't that where girls in the Black community lose their virginity, like between 12, like 11 and 14?
In the West, yeah.
Oh, what?
Now? Really?
Oh, you thought this was a joke. Oh.
No, I'm saying, what's the average? Well, we just saw that video not too long ago. Where was it? Nigeria, where that father beat his daughter because he came in and she was wrapped in a towel with two guys in the house.
Nigeria? What the fuck?
Was it?
Yeah, I saw that video. I saw the video. Yeah.
I'm telling you,
let me ask you.
They were just black. Yo, wait, they were just black as shit. So you thought they was from Nigeria?
No.
They
It was not. They were in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to play.
Like Alabama.
They be getting it on in Nigeria. Don't be playing. Listen,
hold on.
Don't try to play me, Mike.
Can I ask you a question?
I could have sworn that she said like Alabama. Hold on.
It's not Alabama. Okay, so I have a question. Because every time we do that, here we are again, and we're taking it from the other side. Well, oh no, men can do it better. Oh no, women can do it better. why is it so hard for us just to do it great together? Even if we're not, why is it always a default? Oh, I can just give it to the man or give it to the woman. Why not just be like, okay, we live in different districts, so let's figure something out. Okay, you get Thursday through Sunday, especially if you're in a small town where the schools aren't like Atlanta, where they're in a certain district. They're all like, when I went to Alabama, we weren't in a school next to us. You had to actually drive to get to the school. It wasn't like they are, in big cities. So let's take the big cities out, because not everybody lives in a big city. But why is it obviously if you can't do that, you just can't do it. You have to make other ways. But why is it always, oh, let me take them, or oh, let me take? Why not? Let's just figure out the best way that we can balance this out so that we can both, see the kid, and she can have her mom and she can have her dad, or he can have his mom and he can have his dad. Why is it always, no, let me just get him? Oh no, let me just take over. Like, why does it have to be that way?
Yeah, this dude legit has a Caribbean accent, man.
I think it's because women.
He is not trying
go ahead,
to
Darren. Go ahead, Darren.
No, I'm
watching the video.
Difficult
He said, talking about. I don't know any Nigerian to talk like that, but go ahead.
Oh my god.
Maybe he was Ghanaian.
Can he talk now?
Yeah. No, I think it's kind of.
Who let chaotic up? Okay, go ahead. Let chaos talk, and then I want that question to be.
Look at those appliances. That's not Nigeria. Look at those appliances.
You said, look at the appliances.
Ice in the cooler. That's not Nigeria.
They got the weirdest looking appliances you ever seen in your life.
So I was saying that it kind of is very kind of difficult, working with someone that you maybe despise, maybe someone that you don't like. It's kind of difficult trying to work together with them. Maybe someone will have resentment and will try to, it's kind of difficult especially when you guys are not together anymore. There's that resentment, there's that tension between you two. So it's kind of difficult to actually kind of work together and trying to find a commonality.
Is that how we feel when we're at work and we don't like somebody and we can't work with them?
Sometimes it plays out that way. I'm saying, even at work, it plays out that way sometimes.
Animosity. You are being super lax, and you know what it is that it's always when we're. It's always. That's what it is. Well, hold on. Everything is always super logical when we're talking about it in a scenario that isn't necessarily ours or what should be happening. But you're literally taking the most emotional experience that could ever be. Someone that birthed a child for someone, they're no longer with them. And I'm telling you, this is not to disparage women. It's because of the women. That is why they can't get along. And it's government influence, okay? Giving them control over, literally, that's all it is. If the woman starts to work with the man, she cedes control over him and or the child. That's it. Because think about it. You're like oversimplifying it. What is usually accompanied with custody? Child support, right? So if you isn't it the more time you have the child, the more support you're entitled to? So you're basically
the primary parent. The primary is calculated based on
exactly. So these are the things that you have to think about. Like, I don't even care how much it is. Women will not cede control if they're going to cede the money too. I guarantee you. So if you think I'm joking, I got a homie, one of my best homies, told me that I told y'all the story. I think he wanted his son because he's acting up in school, and he's literally only doing it so he can see his father. His father is a captain in the Army. And he said, yo, I literally went to her crib. I went to her crib and was like, he got to move in with me, yo. He's doing this and he's going to ruin his life. She said, you can have him if I can keep the child support because I just had another baby. That is how women are. Like, why do y'all act like y'all don't know y'all homegirls are like this? This is the way they are.
My homegirls aren't like that.
Well, can I point this one thing out?
They're not telling you.
Since we're speaking,
my homegirls are married. All of
since we're speaking on real life and realistic, just from I'll say from my experience, from what I've seen, fathers who want to be in their children's lives are. That has just been my experience. Even when there is difficulty with the mom, because I've seen that too, where the mom tries to use the kid as the pawn to control the father. I've seen that. But what I've also seen in situations like that, the father take control of that situation to minimize her ability to do that. So if I know I'm supposed to get these days when I'm supposed to be with my kid, and they try to be like, "Oh, we're not here. We're going on vacation," or whatever whatever the set time. I've seen men where they will show up with the police and say, "Today, I'm supposed to have my kid." And when I say that, immediately cut that mess out. It immediately cut it out. They tried it again. Same thing happened. Once a woman sees that you're not playing, they will straighten up. So it's going to be on the man to kind of set that tone of how that's going to go. And if y'all say, "I don't feel like arguing, so I just give up," you can't do that because it's not about you. And I've heard men say, "You know what, I just don't want to deal with the mom. So you know what, I'm going to give it to..."
This is another accountability thing.
And then when a kid turns 18, I'll have them look for me, and then we can have that discussion. But you're doing a disservice to that kid if you got to fight. The fact that
she's doing a disservice.
This is on the mom.
No, but hold on. The fact that you even have to fight in and of itself is a problem right there. You should not have to be fighting. That's the biggest problem. I agree with
her out. Hire a hitman.
But the thing is like we've talked before, you'll be at your job, you'll deal with a boss that you don't like, you deal with coworkers you don't like. You show you show up every day, you do your job. You might say F them or whatever, but you show up.
That don't cost you money. That don't cost you money to deal with that.
It does if you don't get along with them and you end up getting fired.
So it don't cost you your livelihood to deal with these people. First off, you do. Oh no, I'm not gonna say that out loud.
Chaotic. I told you to talk. Don't do that.
But seriously though, like, can we backtrack and say, why does a man even have to fight with a woman at all?
I agree.
If he had primary custody, this likely would not be happening.
So let's take that out because we're talking about, we want ideal situations right now. Let's talk about ideal situations when it comes to co-parenting. So if you're right, let's go back to the point. Why is she not allowing him to see his child? That's a legit question.
It is because of control. Now, let's hear from the men, because this hasn't happened to me, but naturally, obviously, as a black man, it's happened to pretty much a bunch of my homeboys. They all got examples. There are serious checkpoints and timelines in the broken relationship between two co-parents where things start to go awry. When he gets a new woman,
polygamy was the answer. That's why I said
this
that,
guy,
for that exact reason.
When this man gets a new woman and they go Instagram, Facebook official, she's about to start acting up. If he gets married, she's about to start acting up. If his new woman gets pregnant, she's about to start acting up.
I won't mind again.
Because we in the Highlander game, there can only be one. So
y'all better let Chaotic talk.
I told Chaotic to talk, and he said nothing when I said chaos is your time.
In the chat.
I mean, I typically wait until it's my turn. Believe it or not, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Why we can't see you, Chaotic?
CT, my God, what's good, fam?
What's going on? I'm actually laying on my side right now. I don't have a lot.
You got a kidney stone?
No, I don't have a position. I don't have a lot.
Put his legs up. He's laying on his stomach.
I don't have a lot.
You know, watermelon blow pop.
I don't have a lot to say, but what I am gonna say is, and I hope there's no hard feelings. Imagine, if you will,
dear God.
Imagine, if you will, you are at a crack house, and the crackheads are having a conversation about where to smoke crack at. Well, we can't smoke it in the streets, but we can smoke it in the crack dope houses. That'll be cool. Well, it's not cool to smoke crack at all. That's what I would say to the dope heads. I'm like, yeah, that's good that you ain't smoking in the streets anymore, but why not smoke it at all? Why smoke it in the first place? Now, you may be asking, what does crack have to do with co-parenting? I'll tell you. I can't believe I'm listening to this Sodom and Gomorrah conversation. You should never have children outside of wedlock, and that is how co-parenting happens in the first place.
Ooh,
I don't
understand.
Yeah. See, me, I would never be in a situation like this. Yes, I'm here to shame the co-parents. Listen.
What about people who did marry and they're divorced? They co-parent, right?
Shan, I'm almost certain, without a shadow of a doubt, if we condensed the co-parenting community down to 100 people on the planet, only 2 probably were married. 98% of co-parenting are individuals who are having sex outside of wedlock, and they weren't married when the kid was born. Let's stop.
And the other six are pregnant by one dude.
I would argue that. Listen, I would argue
quiet. Okay, go ahead, Shan, because I
would argue that the people who co-parent are actually the ones that are divorced. I think the problems, the ones who are not co-parenting successfully, are the ones who are.
Okay. All I'm saying is this. I'm going to land the plane. Whether that's true or not, I just feel as though that children are not tennis balls. And this conversation about who gets the kids when, you can't do that with the kid. Now, you guys are educators, and you know that, Shannon, mistaken. Especially, you guys are educators. Kids need to see both the parents all the time. I can tell you that as being a kid. Now, do I need to see my parents now at 40? No. At 30? No. But those precious years, it's something about seeing your mother and father every day. Unless your father works, nonstop, like, he's an attorney, he may work 15, 16 hours a day. That's a little bit different. But as a man, you should want to see your kid every day. This game of ping pong has to stop. And I'm not calling you guys dope fiends, but that's what it sounds like. This is, my God, what next in society is going to be deemed as normal? And there's going to be panels talking about, it's cool that he want to be a girl, but that's what we're going to now, right? So my thing is that, I love these panels, but I got to come in and bring the chaos. Shame on you guys. Shame on the co-parenters or co-parenting people. You're not evil people, but guys in the chat channel who's going to listen to this, just get married and then have sex with the woman you want to be with, or man, and have children that way. Do what God has or told you to do. Maybe that is what has happened. We have deviated from the commandments of God. I don't know.
Were you a virgin before you got married?
Of course not.
I agree with.
What are you talking about? I don't have children though. See, I'm not up here trying to be holy either. I don't have children. See, I could be a person who looks down upon co-parenting. You see,
I can agree with that. You can never make something that's right wrong. You're right.
Exactly.
Absolutely right.
And on that note, guys, salute to you. I'm gonna chill on the panel for a minute, land on my side, just watching you guys. Salute to you guys. Go ahead, guys.
We appreciate you, Chaotic. You are dope as hell, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so I forgot what the question was. I should probably get the little running banner that goes across.
I know Trigger Mike asked the question to the guys, and Chaotic started talking about crackheads, and I forgot what it was.
Well, while we wait, we can do these super chats real fast, okay?
Okay. She on mute, right?
You on mute, baby.
Okay, Ali.
Ali, 1999. Why wouldn't a man and a woman both ensure a woman is always with the babies 24/7 till being of age? Our society is jacked up. Women are mothers for a reason. Name a mother in nature that takes a break except the human one.
There's a lot.
That's what I was about to say. I left it
Ali,
because then they're gonna say we always making up excuses, but I was about to. But
can I say something real quick?
Even the C words actually tasty. But go ahead.
Ali, we appreciate all of your support tonight, bro. We appreciate you engaging with us tonight, engaging with the chat, keeping the chat active. We appreciate everything you're doing, Ali.
Yes. I don't know why he just won't pull up though. Ali, 199. The show is about to get anti-black in 5, 4, 3 chaotic.
No, he behaved himself.
He did. You just had that one. Ali, 499. Chaotic shouldn't be allowed on black panels without a white chaperone who is politically correct.
Well, why do you think we keep
y'all just
having Coach K come back just in case? That's a joke, by the way.
Ali, 199. Chaotic put the lack in black.
So you like it.
Ali, 499. When God said, "Let there be light," he wasn't.
You on mute, Trigger Mike.
Ali, again, this is funny.
That was funny.
Oh, that was funny. Is that it?
No.
Ali, 199. Black don't crack unless you're chaotic. I guess Ali really
chaotic. Do you want to reply to any of this?
I would like to reply to the last super chat.
Reese Anderson sound like he from one of them small islands. Definitely not.
Yeah, he definitely not Nigerian.
Can we have chaotic reply to this? Because I'm sure
I was going to respond to the other one.
Okay.
This is another super chat I want to that you haven't gone over yet.
Okay, pull up the next super chat, Shan.
Not this one.
Sir Chai 87 $2. Those are egusi soup excuses.
It's a Nigerian dish.
I know.
Is it good?
Eats it all the time. My husband eats it. He loves it. Ali, $4.99. Chaotic believes in capitalism. How much to boot him off? It's not personal, just business, brother. How can
I white people him off?
Oh, how can I white people
$100 and I'm gone.
He gonna send it too. You know that, right?
$100. I already told him. Yep.
He's gonna
drop a bill. We got you.
Anderson, $4.99. Chaotic, you was talking all that crap about Jamaica, dude. We exported sugar during slavery, and that's thanks to you selling us. That's thanks to you selling us. Have respect, bro.
Wasn't that about the conversation the other day that he had on the other panel?
Yeah, you were supposed to drop the link. I wanted to watch it.
Oh, my bad. I will put it in the back chat here later.
So this is the one I wanted to respond to. Go ahead.
Ali, $1.99. Does chaotic believe in white or black Jesus and their God?
Can we all guess first
God,
before you answer
Ali,
that?
why?
Yeah, Ali trying to start.
This is not biblical.
I think you believe in black Jesus.
What?
Oh, damn, chaotic.
What did he say? I missed it.
I'm out of here. All right.
Damn, bro.
No. Hey, you could have responded, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, why did y'all tell him to go? He could have replied.
He spent $100 to
Go ahead. Hit the next
I
one.
told you he was gonna send the money. I knew that shit.
Big Ant 11. Mike, do you think we as people can do better at raising children together, or is it too late?
Not without government policy change. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm not really playing around when I say it's the women. Take away control from them as the primary and preferred custodial parent, and you will see, just take away any ability for them to control the situation and have influence over it, and you will see complete change in it. They'll start behaving themselves. Children will stop going wayward, and yeah, that's the only way. If you stop letting them have any kind of control.
I just had the same conversation with somebody today. Like, you have to stop being so nice.
So Trigger Mike, if you marry 5 single mothers, do you think you can influence their kids to be better people?
I could, but I'm that nigga.
So Serious question.
I'm that guy.
All right, go to the next super chat.
So TM, you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Reese Anderson 499. It's because of you, chaotic. A Jamaican like me has a Scottish last name with 12% Scottish ancestors. Don't ever fix your lips, bro.
But let me respond to Marcus real quick. Yeah, but here's the thing about men and that thing you're talking about. Those children, those girls, and especially the boys, you got to be someone the boys want to be like, right? Mm-hmm. So if they look at the way I live my life, the things that I would be able to teach them, the way that I would have them, the things that I would have them doing every day, they would find purpose in it. Not only that, but they would think it was cool, right? So if I taught them how to shoot, if I prepared them for the military, got them doing push-ups, teaching them how to put on vests, like make their Molly vests and all that, like they'd be like, this is cool. Like, you know, you just got to be someone they want to be like. They would absolutely.
And the mom is supportive.
Yeah.
Ali 99.99. Chaotic got let go. Damn.
Yeah,
all right, next super chat.
It happened.
Big pressure. $1.
Appreciate the love, brother.
He made it $100. He made that 99 $100 with that $1.
Oh, got it.
No, got it. But listen, thank you guys for all the super chats. That was fun. That was fun. So go ahead.
No, so Mike, the reason I asked you is because you said that was the only solution to the society, and I think that could be a solution too, long term. But I don't think a lot of people
close.
That's a lot of work. A whole lot of work.
You know, I'll put it to you like this: if we were going to do that, it's so unfortunate because look at how the world views us already. Like, who's the most unadopted person in America? It's the young black boy. And the worst part about it is I would take a young boy, but I could not take somebody with like a boy over the age of 7. Because if they are going to have a negative impact on my kids, that's where you'll usually see people and even family be like, nope, can't live here. Because their behaviors and the things that they've been exposed to are so bad, and it's influenced them so bad that you can't even create the chance that would rub off on your biological children. So that would give me pause.
No, so when I look at mentorship in neighborhood, the kids who actually cling to a mentor be vastly different than the kids who are just out here trying to figure it out on their own. And if it was a way to replicate that, it don't even have to be polygamy, but if it was a way to consistently replicate that, and that's the only way I can see men buying into it. You get what I'm saying?
Polygamy. So I mean, you know what I was gonna say? Every time I think about it, all them opinions in my house. My wife would actually be, what is it? What do you call the top wife? Wife 1? Number 1 wife? Alpha wife?
Like that.
That's the bottom.
The bottom.
Without deference.
Y'all listen to her.
Without deference. You guys
So I got a question. First, I'm going to address it to Trigger Mike, and then I guess we can kind of open it up for the panel. And it is on subject. Do you believe, like Logic believed, that it's all in the incentive? The reason we are where we are is by government incentives. And what precisely would you want to see changed?
Well, I think that I think somebody hit it on the nail. We were talking about the grand majority. I hear people arguing about child support. And I do know that child support originated through government assistance. They wanted so that the woman wouldn't be seeking government assistance. That was the original reason.
And Black women were excluded from it.
Okay, so that was the real reason why child support is started. So I know a lot of men, what I'm hearing, they're staying away from the situation because of child support. Whether they have to petition the court for it, which means they'll be on child support, or whether it just seems to be a child support issue as one reason. So I do think that because it originated because of the government assistance, I think that does.
And I agree with Trigger Mike too, that I think laws need to be changed around that, and I think that would definitely adjust the way women behave too. One of the things that I personally would like to see happen is a refusal that of father could stop paying child support if the mother refuses to allow the child.
I agree.
To go.
Or if the child, he has the child a lot. Like if he has the child
most of the time.
To me, 4 days on and 3 days off is too close. It has to be something significantly different for you to have to be on child support.
Right.
That's just, if there were 8 days, 4, but there's not. So I don't think he should be punished because there are not 8 days in a week. I don't think that a man, he's getting his child as often as that, should be paying child support.
Yeah,
I just don't believe
because I've seen where women have withheld the child when the father was supposed to get him, and then the father withhold the child support, and then the father ends up getting in trouble for withholding the child support. So I definitely think the laws around that should be in favor of the father. Like if I'm trying to be that dad, I'm trying to show up, I'm trying to get my kid, you're making it difficult for me to do that, and I'm still obligated to pay, I'm going to stop my child support until I'm able to see my child. And I think the court should uphold that. I just think that that's so unfair.
They would never. But let me ask y'all, because I think it's like 68% of men that are on child support pay, and they pay on time.
It's lower than that.
But,
but that doesn't account for people who don't go through the system who are paying child support.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that most men pay child support, even in the arrangements where they just pay and then the woman puts them on, and then they're like, you got back child. Like, so they pay for their children. Most men pay for their children. At that law that I said I want to pass, where the child mandatorily goes to the father at 9, what percentage of women do you think would pay child support on time? Because they're gonna have to pay.
Honestly, I'd say probably close to maybe 50%, but I'd actually argue that about 90% of men wouldn't even ask for it.
They don't. They already don't ask for it.
I can agree to that too.
But this law is gonna make it mandatory.
But I would say that
but
Well, I think she should.
I think that if my child was going to the dad's house, I probably wouldn't give him money, but I would definitely give my child money. For example, I would because I do that now.
I can see that.
I would definitely send my child money, like, here's extra money, for whatever.
So the more we had these conversations, the more I realized that Ina's points about like the religious aspect of the other countries. So just based off what she said tonight, right? If the mother doesn't have a child, the likelihood of her getting married by being just a single woman by herself, that skyrockets. The discipline for the child and being with the father, that skyrockets. So it's a better outcome for the child. And do men in those countries typically tend to cheat a lot? Is there a large percentage of cheating?
No, because there's polygamy. You can just get another wife.
So what you're saying is that they've understood the nature of men and pre-solved for this prior to it becoming an issue. So how many of those kids are gangbanging and shooting up the neighborhood?
Well,
we don't want to have that conversation.
That's the thing, though, with America and just the Western civilization becoming more secular, too. I think that's a variable in addition to the incentives. I don't think it's just one thing, but I mean, I think that's a factor also. But I know I've said this before, but my parents had us join. It was every other weekend, and then it was during the week too. It was every other day or something like that. But my dad, instead of paying child support, they put in their agreement that he would send us to private schools, and I think that was a good idea. Now that
some people are paying child support and sending to private schools.
Oh, that's some.
I got one more point to make about.
He didn't make that much money.
When we talked about time earlier, that the child needs to have the consistent parent around. So if you're working 40 hours to support a household by yourself, you're probably not at home. And if the father has to go work 40 hours to support the child at the separate house, you're not home. So essentially, y'all paying 80. You're putting 80 hours of work in, not including traffic and travel. And then the child comes home and is pretty much probably at home alone or with an exhausted parent. So now one person is doing the job of 2 people in both of those households, as opposed to 3 people doing the job of 1 person. Oh my God, it makes so much sense.
This is why I just advocate for people. Stay together. Like this happiness thing. So this is the funniest thing about divorce in general. If a man is not whooping your ass, what point is there to leave? If you have children, what point is there? Because what Marcus said is the literal way that I look at it. Look at the life of your children. This is actually the point that I want to make to women about men and men not having money. Nobody divorces into financial prosperity. Not even Jeff Bezos. He lost 30 billion. Okay? They divorce into financial ruin and financial deficiency. Now, in addition to him having to pay a portion of his child support out, you now immediately have to split the biggest expense anybody has in the home, which is housing itself. So that is going to have an immediate impact on the children. You're probably going to have to cancel activities. There's only one parent there to pick them up if the parent doesn't live close, right? So the quality of life is diminished for both parents and the children. Divorce makes no sense to me. I don't know why people do it.
Let me add something, and I think this is interesting. And I mentioned a stat last week about how young people, like, family and marriage is like out. I think it's like third on their list of priorities, something like that. But it says, according to Pew Research from January, a large majority, 88% of parents prioritize work and money for their children, while 20 to 21% believe marriage and children are important milestones. So it kind of goes along with that too.
Can I address this? Because I hate when people get my conversation. That was a different scenario. He didn't see his child for 10 months out of the year. He only saw his child for 2 months out of the year. Totally different situation. That is a totally different situation. So stop. I just wanted to say that.
Which situation? Whose situation?
I was like,
no, I don't want to bring his. It was a guy, and he was saying how he does not see his kid because he's in another state, but he only sees the kid for the summer. That's not the same as a guy who sees his kid every other week, every other week. That's two different scenarios. Mm-hmm. They're not the same.
Well, I think it's one of the things that you also run into in co-parenting situations in general is that if you're not married to someone and y'all aren't living in the same house raising your children, be ready for anything. Be ready for anything. Because some women say, oh, you're supposed to be there for your child. But if men don't advance their career, they may lose the ability to take care of that child. Because that is basically what women want them for, is to be a wallet. Right? So if a man has to move out of state, that's just what he has to do. Because remember, children were meant to
parent out of state.
You can parent. That's what I'm saying. But what do mom's biggest complaint is? I have no help. You're not even here or whatever. Nah, I'm a check. If we're not together, just be prepared for them. It can be very, cordial experience. It can be a very mature experience, or it can go all the way out to the extreme and be some stupid shit. Like I think once you're divorced or not together, be prepared for anything. That's why I say.
In some situations, though, you won't be able to move out the state.
Some situations.
Yeah, some situations. Because I know I have a what we call a cousin, because, we grew up together. But that was her situation. She wanted to move out of state with the children because she had a better work opportunity where she would be able to make more money and things like that. The father did not agree to it, so she had to stay. So in some situations, even if you wanted to leave, you couldn't.
Oh yeah.
So I'll say real quick, and then go ahead, AP. Real quick, before we even do anything with the incentives, which that's a whole nother discussion, I think the marriage laws need to be addressed, because if we're saying men and women need to stay together, but like I sympathize with men when they say they don't want to be married. And of course we're like, well then don't. But then the children and things like that, because people are still having children. So it's like, so I think the marriage,
that's a good question.
The marriage laws need to be addressed, I think.
So what do you do about that? Because more and more men are saying that they don't want to be married.
Right.
So that's going to be more co-parenting, because they ain't saying they don't want kids. They're saying they don't want to be married.
Well, they're also, everybody's having less children. So,
yeah, that too.
I think children means one child, could be one child. Less children doesn't mean no kids.
Yeah, you're right.
So even with one child, you have to think about co-parenting if you're not getting married.
Y'all, I think y'all are going to probably disagree with me on this, and as
We
well
all
as the
going to
chat.
hell. This country is.
I think that when Shan, and this is going back to your point, I think the reason why men don't really want to get married, I think that's the adjustment to women, the women's behavior in the current climate. I don't think that is not that men don't necessarily want to get married. I just believe that that is the current climate that women have kind of created, and men don't want to deal with the shit. That's just my opinion on it.
I can agree with that. They think that grass is green out here. It's not. It is not.
Inaz, you want to jump in? You just been so quiet tonight. You've been.
They wore out last night.
No, I'm all right. No, I think everything I want to say has been said, and I think, you know, as great of a topic as this is, I think that it happens so frequently that there really isn't a whole lot that can be added to this conversation.
So I want to
a majority.
Just kind of listening to you guys over the last 15 or so minutes. I think that our Western, the way we move in Western society with capitalism, I think the government created laws to help push capitalism in such a way that kind of pushes men and women apart. I think the laws are created to kind of create the divide between men and women, so that there are two parents or two people actually working to kind of feed the system. Do you guys have any thoughts on that, or am I off a little bit?
I think it's actually feminism, because if more women are in the workplace, which I'm not going to disagree with, women having rights, okay, but with more women being in the workplace, now I just saw a stat the other day that it was insane how much just the shifts in the economy. So that's obviously going to take some jobs away from what have been men, and then different wages or whatever. So I think it's, yes, kind of on a governmental level, because they gave women. See, I don't want to have to like qualify everything. I agree with rights. Go ahead, Ina.
But you know what? But Coach K, we never had the opportunity to not work. We've always worked.
Yeah,
that was a luxury that, I'm sorry to say, your people had. We didn't have that.
I don't know.
I just saw this question that Isaiah posted, and I don't want. I mean, I would want the men who are married and who have been married to actually provide that answer, because I know for me, he's not going to take it. I see the comments that he be making about me. So
for all of us except for Inaz.
So guys, if you have ever been married and are currently married, can you add some context to this question? What are the benefits of marriage? Even if your marriage didn't work out, what were the benefits when you were married?
I'll let Marcus and Trigger Mike. I don't know Baron's status. I don't know Baron's status, but I'll let Mike or Trigger Mike and Marcus start off with this one.
So it potentially could have saved my life, right? Because instead of hanging out in the streets all day, I actually want to come home. My kids get a better lifestyle because they get to see both of us in a good situation where you see healthy interaction between both parents. Your wife can never be compelled to testify against you. So if you commit a crime.
What? Really?
Really?
That's interesting.
Yeah, she could be your alibi.
What is going on with you tonight? Take that nap from now on. That nap is important.
No, but he's right though. He's true.
Any other perks? We need some more. That's not
okay. I'm just trying to.
Marcus. Aside from the illegal activity, what benefit is there for you as a man? What benefits do you get?
So earlier we talked about raw sex, right? That's a benefit because you for sure you sure get the slick back and you can shoot the club up and you don't have to worry about what's going to happen because y'all already got a larger agreement than just the post-sex agreement. if she loves you, she's probably gonna cook for you in lingerie and make life great. And you know, when you're not thinking about stuff like the little, like if you say you smoke cigars, right, and you run out of cigars, she'll fuck around and have a pack hidden for you and just pop up like, here you go. Maybe small stuff like that jump out. You be like, damn. Or you mention a book and she picked the book up and just had that for you to, you know, show you that she thinking of you and women that love you typically tend to fixate on how to make your life better or how they can do something for you. Or so you got somebody that's always around trying to make your life better. Like when men be on the panel, when men be on the panel saying like all the stuff that negatively that they've experienced with women, I feel for them because that hasn't been my experience, and I know a lot of people that are married, and that's not their experience. And it's a lot of benefits, but you would have to like day to day. It's things you don't count. Like we don't think about how many breaths of oxygen we take, but we know it's beneficial to us, to our survival, right? So marriage is the same way. It's a lot of stuff you just won't think about, and then if you don't have that person, they know, you know what I mean? Then you have to do those things for yourself. You're like, damn, I gotta go buy toilet tissue and Kleenex. I gotta stay on the phone with Comcast all day. I gotta fill out this stupid paperwork. I gotta talk to the customer service representative. I gotta do these dishes. It's like so many different things that you don't think about that they provide, and it's just there. And it's
like washing the sheets regularly. I bet you guys wouldn't remember to do that.
No, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny to me. Marcus just mentioned some things that were kind of in my head. I'm like, you know what? Before there was always toilet paper, and I know this is something small, but now I have to make a conscious decision. Like I have to remember when I'm leaving work. Oh shit! I got to stop by the store because I need toilet paper. Oh shit! I have to go get some microwavable dinners because I don't feel like cooking for myself today. And I recognize those are small things and it sounds more like slave labor, but it's not for me. And it takes so much off of your plate as a man. Things get so much like it's so simple. Like you guys remember where I when I sent in our chat where she brought over spaghetti. Is something so small. You know what? I didn't have to cook. I didn't have to stop by the store on the way home. Nothing. There was damn spaghetti in the refrigerator, and it was damn delicious. It's a whole bunch of little stuff that removes the stress from your life that you don't think about until you're either not married and that you don't know about until you get married.
Can I add? Oh, go ahead, Cham.
No. Go ahead and add, and I'm gonna put this one comment up. But I'm gonna do the rest.
Well, it might be. Well, I was gonna respond to one of the comments.
Was it the one Harrison? Is it Harrison?
It kind of was, yeah, because someone else said about dating too, and sure, you can do this within dating, but stats will even show you that couples do not last as long, especially with children, if they are cohabitating or whatever, and they're not married. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is too, and I've heard Jordan Peterson has a lot of good speeches about this, but like that, your significant other is good for now. They can still walk out the door at any time. Now, yes, women do it with marriage all the time, for sure. But it takes a lot more freaking work to do that versus, all right, I'm done. I'm packing up my shit and leaving. You know what I mean? Because she's just staying at your place, for example. Now, again, if you're moved in, it's still going to be a lot of work, but there's really nothing tied to you if you think about it. But when you're married, that's a different, and it also takes a lot of consideration too, which we need in this go, busy distraction world, modern world. So that's what I would add.
And I would argue that women, if you have a girlfriend, unless she's a live-in, it's impossible for her to do all of these things. It's impossible for her to know you need toilet paper. Unless you've been sitting there not wiping your ass for a whole day and she came over and saw that you had, like, come on. Or you call her. It's impossible. She doesn't live there. She's not able to see things. Like all of the things that you're getting as a perk with living with a woman and married to a woman, she cannot do that just as a girlfriend coming over seldomly during the week.
So I want to piggyback off of what you were saying, Shannon, and address this comment, like, and really speak to like men as men, right? Yes, those things exist outside of marriage, but you can't claim it as yours. Not really. If she's a girlfriend, you don't have that level of ownership, of leadership, of claim, right? And I think as women, sometimes we, undervalue what that means to a man to be able to like actually claim a woman who does all those things and loves him and all of that stuff. Like, you have no claim to her. You just don't. Anybody can kind of sweep in or whatever. Like, there isn't. You don't get to have that. And I know ownership is kind of like a contentious word in this scenario, but you don't have that ownership, right? Yes, it exists outside of marriage. It just doesn't belong to you.
Well, I was just gonna add just in terms of my experience and even having this conversation with my husband, because I remember it was on one of the chat channels or whatever that it was talking about the value of a woman and what does she bring, to a man. I was just like curious, and so I asked him, what value have I brought to your life? And one of the things that he did say was, I guess for most men too, is purpose. That there began to be a different shift in his purpose once we got married, because now it was more grounded in the fact that he had to take care of a family, not just himself. I know for me, the benefits that I feel that I do add to his life is that I do consider him in terms of, like what Marcus said, when a woman is in love with you, she does want to make your life easier. Even though sometimes y'all feel like we create hell for y'all, at the same time, we do want to take care of you, right? And so that is that whole, like, till death do you part. You really begin to appreciate your partner a lot more. You see them on a different level when you are going through life altering issues, and you see that you have that person there to have your back in a way that nobody else could have or would have. That level of support system when it comes to the kids, you have that built in support level that comes to you when you've had a bad day at work and you need to, unload. You have somebody there to help with that. You have like what Marcus was saying too, that, built-in booty, whenever access, and don't have to worry about, if you get pregnant or not or what have you. And I know you keep saying that things, you can have all of that without a marriage, which is partly why women need to fall back on some of that stuff. Don't give men, the marriage treatment without being a wife, but that's a whole nother conversation. But there are other things, like stats show that you typically live longer, that you typically take better care of yourself when you are married. You end up, of course, there's, some tax benefits to that. There are also financial benefits to that. You end up having more earnings over a lifetime. Again, you have the built-in, parenting. Your kids end up, statistically, they do better when they have both parents in the household. They even did a study between co-parenting, cohabitating parenting, and married parents, and the stats still show that kids in a married family household did better than kids in a cohabitating household. You just in general have a better quality of life. That other level of, I don't know, I felt different. I don't know if he did or not, but a deeper level of commitment, security, and trust came with that once we got married. Partly to speak to what Coach K was saying, that ability, unfortunately we did it out of order, had the baby first, then moved together, then got married. But I can say when we lived with each other, that out was still there. Like, like what Coach K, we didn't have everything commingled. So if he wanted to take off or I wanted to take off, it would have been an easy split. Whereas being married, you do have to step back and think about that, not necessarily just for financial purposes, but how this would upend our entire lives. Like right now, we could walk away because we don't have, our children are grown and out the house. So it would be easy for us to walk away. But even now, when we go through things, I could not imagine my life without him. Like, that's like my right arm right now. I could not. I mean, we're almost 20 years in. I've known him. We've been married more than half of our lives. So, I mean, it's that deep connection. There's such a deeper connection on that level. So those just a few.
So just one thing I want to point out to the last comment where he said you can get that outside of marriage. The question I have is, why aren't you marrying her if you can get that? The reason I ask that is because you leave space for someone like who I used to be to slide in there because you won't scoop her up, and I'm going to see the value in that woman. And once I identify the value in that woman, you're SOL. You've lost the game because you decided that you could get all of that outside of marriage. And I'm going to scoop in. I'm going to say, hey, you want to say I do? Because I do. So kind of like Enos was saying, like, she's not yours. And if she's not yours, another man will see the value in that woman and make her his. So be careful when you're trying to roll dice and win craps that way.
But my question, I would ask, if you have a great woman, why wouldn't you want to give her the security or your last name? Why wouldn't you? I mean, if it's a great woman, I can understand if it's not a great woman, you kind of iffy. But if you have a great woman and she seems to go in for you, why would you not want to do that for her?
That's a damn good question.
That's like that's the best thing you can ever give a woman. It's like, I want you so bad that I'm willing to give you my last name. I want you to have my last name.
But can I? Okay.
Okay, there you go. I'm about to say, you've been quiet, bro. Come on, jump on in here.
Darren was on the panel.
No, but I wanted to add, because that was a very good question. But I wanted to, answer that with a question. What if he tells you that he has concerns about, with the laws, marriage laws, and getting married, and you've heard men complain about how marriage is, and especially in this country. So my question is, if a man tells you that, a man you're dating and you want to take him seriously, and he tells you that, how can you? And this is a question for the ladies, of course. How can you, other than prenups, telling him, okay, you will sign a prenup, as in, how can you tell him or convince him that, okay, that this is, there's nothing to worry about, like with getting married to you, there's nothing for him to worry about if there is anything at all. Like, how can you, is there anything that women can do to actually convince men? Because men are scared. Like, I mean, if we are being honest, men are really scared of, getting married. So is there anything that you guys could do other than saying, okay, I will sign a prenup? Because prenup can be thrown out like easily. So
before you ladies jump in, I want to answer. I want to go ahead and just answer this real quick, because I know it's directed at the ladies, but I want to kind of answer this from a man's point of view. If you have those concerns, why are you even considering marrying her? Those are your problems, not her problems.
I think that he's saying that.
I understand what he's saying. He's saying his concerns are that the divorce laws favor women. I understand exactly what he's saying. So he's saying, what's stopping you from leaving me once we get married, when I know that in the end of it you win?
So
you can't let fear, as a man, you can't allow fear to dictate how you move. And if you really believe in that woman, You don't go into a marriage thinking that it's going to end. Your presumption should be going into the marriage that this is going to be the last woman for you. Now, if that is not how you feel, you shouldn't even propose to that woman. And yes, I understand things break down, things change, people change. Then that's when you as a man say, hey, to protect both of us, how about we get this prenup prior to getting married? If that's really how you feel, but you feel that she's the one, then you are the one. Then you are responsible for saying, "Hey, let's do this." And if she really loves you, in most cases, I think she would do that. That's just my opinion, and I could be wrong, and the ladies can correct me on that. But I believe that it's up to the man to move beyond that fear of losing in the end.
So I hear what you're saying, AP, and like there's this old adage that says like a fool learns from his own mistakes, but a wise man learns from others, right? And I think that's really where this idea of men fearing marriage really comes from. They've watched so many other men go through those scenarios where they're trying to figure out what can I do preemptively to not find myself in that scenario, right? So I think the question is very justified past just like the fear, right? It's to Baron's question, I think it's a twofold thing, right? I think women need to stop pretending to be somebody they're not. That when you are yourself authentically, you have the ability to be consistent. So the man has a real understanding of what he's signing up for. The same way that women are requiring consistency of men, as women, we need to show up as consistency as well. The other part to that, right, is the men's part. And kick back, like fire back, that's cool. But at the end of the day, when you expose yourself to too many women that you do not find value in, whether you just want to sleep with them, whether you just want to be around them, whatever, you taint your view of women in general, because men tend to look at things in generalities because it's just significantly more efficient, right? You just stop surrounding yourself by so many women that don't bring value into your life, so that you're not looking at every woman like a 304. So you're not looking at every woman like a cheater. You're not looking at every woman as somebody who's going to quit a marriage. When you protect your vision of women, right, it allows you to see women in a very different light. But again, back to my first point, both parties need to be accountable. Women need to show up as their authentic selves, be themselves so that they're able to be consistent. And I think the other part to that is like, to Baron's point about prenups, you know, they are very easily dissolved. Post-nups are not. So educating yourself in what really works, what systems actually make sense, not just to benefit yourself, but to protect your person as well. Like to what Marcus was saying earlier about like when a woman really loves a man, she's working to preemptively make his life easier. I think it's important for women to understand, if the man doesn't, what tools are out there to ensure that he feels safe in the relationship, that he's not being extorted in what he's offering.
I believe men must exercise a level of discernment. Like if you're doing what you're supposed to do, in my opinion, if you're doing what you're supposed to do as a man, and you've met the parents, you've met the friends, you've met the family, and this person hasn't wavered from who they are, and the friends and family confirm who they say they are, then I think you help mitigate some of those issues that you may, some of those questions that you may have. And Tia Med just posted something. I where I feel different is we as men, if we're going to lead, we lead from the beginning, not the middle, not the end. We lead from the beginning. So if this person is who they say they are, and we've done all of our due diligence, and I do recognize things happen, I do. But if we've done all of that, we can mitigate all of the issues that may come uh, uh, after getting married. So I fully understand what you're saying, Inaz, and I fully understand what you're asking, Baron. But I believe it's up to the men to exercise their discernment and recognize the woman for who she really is. And I completely agree, Inaz, when you say we all need to come in authentically who we are, but men lie and women lie. So it's our job through that vetting process to find out everything that we can from the friends, the family, their past, their history, everything about them before we make that decision to go ahead and dive in. Again, these are just my opinions.
I was gonna just say this. What bothers me sometimes about these conversations is a lot of times I think these conversations on, I guess, both men and women, but specifically what I hear from men is out of fear or protection of stuff, not just stuff, but of financial resources or children that could potentially have, during a marriage, and this idea that it's going to lead to divorce. But what bothers me about that, one, some of the arguments are you're trying to protect something that you don't have yet, which that's the time to get married when you really don't have anything, so y'all can build together. The other thing is this research that I don't know if they're just repeating information or actually looking it up, but the idea of, oh, look at the divorce rates or what have you. Look, they're so high when in fact they have been going down. But the other aspect of it is, even if you say like it right now, I think they're saying it's between 40 and 50%. Let's go at the high end and say that it's 50%. My thing is, you're looking at just the negative part and saying, oh, it's 50% likely that I'm going to end up in divorce. What research are you doing to look at the other 50% of marriages that are staying together? What are they doing right? What is it that they're doing that is keeping their marriages together? And I think that that's the part that you need to focus on because of all of the benefits that marriage does have. And so when you begin to focus on all of the negative aspect, you're going to see marriage as a negative. You're going to overlook all of the positives that come along with it. But if you focus on, let me put my focus on those marriages that are working. What are the things that these married couples are doing that are leading them to lifelong marriages? And I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people are not looking at that part of the 50% of when they are quoting the divorce rate, the 50% of the marriages that are working. What are these couples doing? Focus on that and then go ahead and take that step, because a lot of men and women are pretending to be married. They're cohabitating, they're having children out of wedlock, even though they're still living. So they're pretending to be married. If you're going to do all of that, then why not just go ahead and take the leap? Like I've told you guys this before. Initially, my husband was on like, well, I don't believe in marriage. I don't need, the government to come in and tell me, if you my lady, you my lady. If I say you my wife, you my wife. That kind of thing. Okay, that's fine if you believe that. Then that shouldn't be any issue for you to take it to the next level, because I'm saying I need that paper. I need it to be legitimized. And in his mindset, he's like, well, all right, cool. If that's what you need, even though I'm already there, if that's what you need, I love you that much, I will go ahead and do that. Go ahead, Marcus.
You're on mute.
Somebody muted me. Miss Shan. When you and your husband was dating, right?
Uh-huh.
Did y'all put a lot of like effort into making y'all families like get along or be one, or did that happen post marriage, where y'all took like a big effort to make sure that the families intertwined?
You mean our immediate, like family, my son, his daughter.
No. Like the family aspect, like his father now looking at you as a daughter or a daughter-in-law. Did that happen pre-marriage or post?
I would definitely say more so on my family side than his, because when I met him, his father wasn't in the picture. It was just him and his mom. After we got together, he'll tell you, he'll give me credit for this. I brought his father back in the picture because I wanted his father involved, knowing that I was having his grandchild. So I wanted my son to know his grandfather on both sides. So I contacted his dad and kind of mended that relationship. And so, but I would definitely say on my side of the family, yes, because that was that foundation that I grew up in. All my aunts, my grandparents, it was just a legacy of marriage. So that was an expectation. So absolutely, they're like, why are you, what they call it, shacking up? Like, if you're going to pretend that you're married, y'all are living like you're married, go ahead and get married. And it really wasn't pressure for them. I wanted to be married. I just wasn't ready in that moment.
Okay. Because why I asked that question in the first place, because I'm an advocate for marriage. Like, I believe in it. I'm Nigerian. So marriage is a very huge thing where I come from. It's very, 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 very important. We take it very seriously. So why I asked that question was my uncle, he's a doctor. When he got married, he got married to a very beautiful woman. She was very feminine, like everything you would ask for in a woman. She was well vetted by my uncle, by all of us. We all, she came from a 2-parent household. She was religious, all of it, like the whole thing. And 10 years later, she filed for divorce over some, I would say, stupid. But they were having problems. What was the reason? I don't know if I can.
He don't want to put that business out there.
Yeah, but it was just stupid. But yeah, so she filed for the divorce, and my uncle is someone that he's like the second father. I view him the same way I view my father. He's a very strong man, but I saw this man break down because this woman took him to the ringer.
Can I ask you a question?
And that shook me. Like, if I gotta be, that shook me because I was my fiance. I was with my fiance at the time. My brother too. He was with his fiance at the time. That kind of shook me. And my brother I thought it was only me, but when my brother and I were talking, he was echoing what I was thinking. So I've never seen my father cry. I've never seen my uncle cry, but I saw this man break down.
So
tears.
So Baron, I had a similar. I shared this before about watching my uncles talk about marriage. I wasn't sold on it neither because I figured the way they complain, they sound like some of the men around the sphere, right, around the space.
No. It wasn't. It wasn't like the men that you see here. No.
No. I'm not saying he was. I'm saying in my personal experience.
Yeah.
Watching the way they talked about marriage and all that stuff made me think that it was a negative thing that I never was going to do, right? And then it clicked in my brain that everything is foundational, depending on how you set it up. So it may be something. If I was you, I would ask him if he could do it again, or if he has done it again. What did he realize that he could have done differently to change? Because if he was hurt, like broken apart by an ending, it's because it was something worth keeping or something he really valued at the time. So
to move I would say is because the sad thing about this is it's a role, and like, you never know. If you can tell the future, then we know. You don't know what would happen in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15. You don't know. So if I would ask him, would he have done anything different? He would say no, because he did everything right.
That's really like, so when I hear that, it's like it's hard for me to believe. Not saying you lying and his situation isn't correct, because I'm sure he probably told you the truth, and in his mind he did everything right. But
we always surprised. We didn't see that coming from her. Like, yeah, she switched up. She switched up. Nobody saw it.
How long were they dating for?
Dating.
They never dated.
We're Nigerian, man. We don't really.
They don't date in Nigeria, bro.
He courted her, and then they got married. I mean, even though he was here, but he courted her for about, I don't know, maybe 4 months or so, 5 months, and then we don't really do all that dating stuff. Yeah.
If I was you, I would ask him some more questions, because women typically don't tend to just wake up. I know they say that around here a whole lot.
No. I know. Yeah. Like I said, it's 10 years. So something gradually happened. So, I mean, she didn't just wake up one day and switched up. Like, the switching happened gradually. So, but what I'm saying is, I mean, in time, people could change. So if, I mean, you could do everything right at a time, but the way it is, it's like it's not about fearing marriage. Marriage is not the boogeyman. It's the power that the government, is just the government being, is the government, like the power that they've given to women. Like, and if men had that power, and I think the same thing with, we are all human beings. You give us an inch, we're going to take a mile, definitely. So it's just that power that women know that, I don't know, but that's why I asked that question, because it's not even about prenup. Because when you say prenups, prenups are something that, that can be thrown out easily. I don't know much about post. I mean, Ina says something about post-nup, but I don't really know that much about it. But I'm sure that there's also, if you get a good lawyer, I mean, it depends on the lawyer you have. There's always a loophole. But I'm not even talking about none of that. I'm not even talking about none of that stuff. I'm talking about, like, and I was asking the ladies this, what is it when a man have that concern, which is a valid concern, it's not something that you should, just sweep under the carpet like he's insecure or whatever. When a man actually have that kind of concern, what is it, other than, saying prenups, would you do or say to actually, okay, let this man know that, okay, that this is something that he will want to do? That's what I'm asking.
Ladies, how do y'all confirm to men that your intentions are pure and that is exactly what you want? If I'm hearing you correctly, Baron.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I think most women get married with the intention of staying married. Now, you do have a percentage. Do not get me wrong. You do have a percentage, which I think is a small minority, but it sounds like, in some men's minds that makes up the majority because of how many divorces occur. But I do think majority of women go into marriage believing that it's going to be a lifelong situation. And then I also think that they go in believing a fairy tale and not understanding what marriage truly is. And after they're married, it doesn't match their ideal of what marriage is. And then I think sometimes that leads to a level of disappointment and their unhappiness as well, which could lead towards a divorce. But I don't think most women get married with the intention of getting a divorce.
I want to add one more thing. I understand the question, but I think there needs to be some level of self-accountability. Like, there needs to be some work done on the man's part to be able to make room for trust. Because if you're building a relationship based on the woman having to constantly prove to her man that she is always in it, that's really exhaustive, and that's going to want to make a woman exit, right? Like, he has to meet her halfway. She can't have to prove beyond what's considered reasonable. Like, that's too much to ask of any human being.
Anybody else want to answer that question?
Go ahead. You was about to.
Well, it's going to be different for me because I don't have to be married in the United States. I don't mind going somewhere else. We don't have to follow the United States laws. I don't really care. But so I'm just going to be a little different. I know that's not like the majority. Majority of women want to be married in the U.S. So
I think the question was outside of the marriage, like, what's the selling point? Maybe was that what he was asking? Like, what's your selling point to stay?
No, I think he wanted to know how can we make sure that divorce, all of the things, all of his issues with the financial problems, all of those things that come along with divorce, how do we take those out of the equation so he can feel safe?
No, I guess, yeah, that too. But how is divorce not an option? Like, other than, which I know is a very, people always throw this out, physical abuse, all this stuff. But other than that, how is divorce off the table?
I think those conversations need to happen before you even get married. Like, I was watching something, I was watching something not too long ago, and it was saying something about the 7 questions or something that you should ask your partner before getting married. And I can't remember all of them, but that was one of them. Like, what is your belief around divorce? In marriage or what have you. And I think that is a great question to ask, because you do want to have some level of security around if this person thinks that when things are bad, that divorce is my way out.
What is yours?
What did he say?
He said, what is mine?
Oh. Divorce is not an option. Like, for me in my marriage, that's our mindset. One of the things that we said is that just like we had to work a few years because, we dated for a while before we got married, that we have to commit to earning our way out of a marriage. So before we can even get a divorce, what work are we putting in prior to that? So that is going to look like we got to go to couples therapy or counseling for a significant amount of time. We're not going to sit there and be like, oh, let's try it for 2 months. Oh, it's not working. No, it has to be a significant amount of time and really do the work if it ever gets to that. So we have to work our way. We have to earn our way out of our marriage. And the D word has not come up in terms of, all right, I'm ready. This is it. There's nothing else to work on. We're done. It has never gotten to that point because we sit down, we communicate. Now, we have had to go to therapy to learn how to communicate better. And I think that's part of the problem too in a marriage, is that you kind of think your partner should know certain things. I think women are probably more guilty of this, though, is that you think that your partner should know things without you having to say what the issue is, because they love you enough and been around you long enough to know what you're thinking. And then they don't, and then you get upset, but it's on us because we never voiced it. If you don't give it a voice, then you can't have a solution. So divorce is off the table for us. Like, that's not even,
regardless of whatever. Like you said, divorce is not an option for you. Like, regardless.
Now, I would say physical abuse.
No, I'm not talking about physical abuse.
Okay. Yeah, but I know it, like, if you're getting at like infidelity or anything like that, I'm up in the air about that in regards to, I do think that people make mistakes, right? My concern more so would be the why rather than the, who, so to speak. Because for me, the why is going to give me more answers to see if this marriage will be salvageable. If the why is a significant reason, like, oh, I was feeling unloved, or, it was just something that was going on with me or whatever, we're going to go to therapy. We're going to work through that. We're going to try to work it out to see how can that be addressed. So that's not an immediate cause for divorce for me.
If he doesn't want to go to therapy?
Then then to me, then that's letting me know that he doesn't want it. Because if I'm saying this is what I need for us to kind of get back on track and feel comfortable in this marriage, feel secure in this marriage, because I know you're doing the work and that we're doing the work together to resolve whatever issues we have so we don't get back to this situation, and you're refusing that, then to me that means you don't want it.
So
can I say?
Okay, go ahead.
And two, I think that if you do a little bit of research, there are always some key factors that, it's just over time. These are the higher reasons why women divorce. So you might want to look at those and make sure you said when
I said I know. I've looked it up. I know.
Oh, yes. So take those in consideration, and then also understand women are not one size fits all. Mm-hmm. Like Mistaken just stated what were deal breakers in her relationship. You have to talk to your mate, find out what her deal breakers are, because it may be that cheating is a deal breaker for her. That's fact. So you got to know when you go into this marriage, this woman is not playing about you cheating, so you put that ding-a-ling somewhere else.
What about because I was about to ask the finance situation, because that was I was about to ask Mistaken, what if God forbid something happens, maybe your husband loses his job, or maybe something happens to him, he can't work no more, you got to support the family. Now you got to support the family for years and years and years. He's not doing much. Like, is that a deal breaker?
No, because I signed up for better, for worse. So I've been, well, actually, we've both been in situations where it was a situation where I wasn't working at a time and he had to hold us down. And then there's been situations where he was out of work and I had to hold us down. So that's definitely not a deal.
Did you do that for 10 years? Hold him down for 10 years?
Well, if there was a reason he could not work for 10 years, yes, I would. That would be for better work. But if it's just like, I'm done with, working, I just don't feel like it anymore. Would I divorce him?
Chasing his passion.
10 years? If it takes you 10 years to chase your passion, that might not be the right.
That's a hobby.
That's not the right passion.
Okay,
but I wouldn't have an issue with him chasing his passion as long as along the way he has a source of income coming in, because your priority when we got married was to protect, to provide, and all of those things for your family. You chasing your passion while neglecting the protection.
Okay, forget about the passion. I just added that just for fun.
But if he, let's say he's out of work because he had some kind of injury and he had to be out of work,
or they were laying off.
Right. I would have no issue doing that.
For 10 years. No, I'm asking because I'm specifically asking, would that be a deal breaker if you had to support him for 10 years?
Before y'all answer, I just want to jump in here because there's no way for me to be able to support the idea of any man fucking sitting on his ass, relying on a woman to do all of the work. Because what they both have said is it depends on the circumstance. So if he got injured at work, if she has to hold him down until he's no longer injured, cool. And they both kind of said, okay, cool, that's what I got to do. But what you're suggesting is the kind of guy you're talking about is the guy that says, F you, I'm just not going to go get another job. So why would a woman, part of our job as men is to provide and to protect. We can't possibly provide if she's providing. We're now the fucking woman in that situation.
That's my.
So I can't advocate. Like, it's hard for me to sit here and listen to that when the scenario you're laying out isn't one of a fucking man.
But you don't understand. I mean, I just put out that passion. That passion thing was, I was like, if he was maybe hurt or something that laid him off out of the workforce for years.
If he's on disability, that's different.
For about a decade. Like, I'm saying, will you still be able? Because in the vows, like I keep, and you mentioned the vows, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor. Like, that's supposed to mean something.
Absolutely.
And I've seen when men get injured, that that spark that woman has from kind of dies. You see that slowly die, and then before you know it, the resentment kicks in, and then before you know it, the divorce kicks in.
Now, there's a difference.
She's taking on a masculine role. Of course, she's gonna kick. Like she's taking on a masculine role in the relationship, so she's no longer like. What are we talking about?
The man can't help the situation. Yeah.
Right. But that's not just women. That's men also. Just imagine a woman. Look, because we went through research. Did we not mistaken? How we talked about how if something happened, men are more likely to leave in situations of sickness. Wasn't that discussion that we had before? Mm-hmm. Men are more likely to leave a situation if she gets sick or for whatever reason. So I think that that's a human issue, you know. But you're right. I don't think that women should leave. You're from disability. That should not be. That's true love. You should not leave your mate. But let's not act like that doesn't happen both ways. And matter of fact, it happens the other way more than likely than women.
I'd love to hear Coach K and Naz's opinion on this.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I think that in those types of situations, a lot of people don't see their own role in things, and I think that's where it's really important, right? Because the huge difference between a man who's in that situation and his woman stays and is happy to support is a man who understands his circumstances and is working his way through it. Where typically a woman will choose to leave is the same thing that men complain about, is that switch up. All of a sudden he's not the man that she knew. All of a sudden he's got a bad attitude. Maybe he's becoming verbally abusive. Maybe he's just so defeated that like it's becoming destructive to the relationship. Like, yes, vows mean something, but let's not forget that like that's also an ideal. People are human beings and everybody has a different threshold for different things, right? Some women can tolerate a whole lot more in one area than another versus another woman. Her ability to tolerate the same things is totally different, right? So we can definitely talk about this and say like, what about this scenario? What about this scenario? Unfortunately, this is one of those things, and this is why vetting is so important. It's so individual to the two people having that conversation that it doesn't make sense to have it on this grand of a scale. We'll never end this conversation because it has to be those two people who are really hashing it out.
But the other thing too that I was gonna say is it actually speaks to exactly what Inan said. It's how the man handles the not having the job anymore. Because I think what happens as a society in general, men and women included, is that we measure men's value by the amount of money they have, right? Like, oh, you want to be a man, get your money up. You got to say, get your money up. Like everything is around money. So men don't necessarily build a lot of the other areas that they need to when we're talking about protection and provision, things like that. It's not just about provision financially, but if we only diminish men down to how much they bring in when he does lose a job, for him, he's just lost his manhood because that's all that he's put in his manhood is his wallet and his dick. And if any of those two things, if something happened to any of those two things, then he feels like he's no longer a man. And I think that is the problem, is that when you're not investing in other areas of your life, like, you know, the emotional intelligence, how can you be a better, help? You know, I know y'all only say women are helpmates, but men are served, are to serve as leaders, things like that. If you're not investing and growing in those other areas of your life, other areas within the marriage, when the job goes away or the money goes away, you don't have anything left. And I think that's when divorces happen. Is because you've invested so much in that one area, you neglected building the other areas. So then once the job goes away, you have nothing else. And I think that's the key, is to build on other areas within your marriage and on yourself that's outside of the financial, and look at other areas in which you are providing like outside of just money, providing mental, stability, providing emotional stability, providing a foundation for your family in terms of your values and character, like all of those things matter. So when you lose your job, are you just sitting on your ass watching TV all day because you're upset that you lost your job? Or are you putting that work in to figure out how can I continue to serve and protect my family in other ways now that I am unable to work? And a lot of times men, they see themselves as their job, as their work. And once they lose that, they don't see where else they fit in within the family. And they change up, like Inan said. They change up, and then that's what ultimately leads to the divorce. Not the fact that he lost the job, is how he handled that loss.
Another thing, I see a reoccurring question in the chat, so we could poll the ladies on the panel. What did they ask? Do you believe in withholding sex in a marriage? And if so, do you think it's ground for divorce? I know the answer to the question, but I'm asking it for the chat, and you can cite the reference because it's going to bring me back to the initial point.
I would say that you can only withhold it if he did something that, like, for example, you find out he's cheating without a condom.
I see what you're saying.
That's
you're worried about your health, and that's
because I'm like, that's a nasty thing. Like, other than that, no.
So if you two had a fight, you guys had an argument, and then later on that night, you're not denying him sex if he wanted one?
Probably, but I'll probably give it to him the next morning. I mean, I'm denying, and like he's gonna get it. He just ain't gonna get it right now. I'm mad. Go sleep on the couch.
I don't know. Angry sex is...
That's an honest answer.
Okay, I respect that.
Bust that thing open, have that bed wet, buddy. What? When we angry, what gets better than that?
It depends on what you're angry about.
Exactly.
What you're angry about. There are different types of anger.
Hey, look, if the lights got cut off, we can do it by candlelight, baby. We're gonna make it happen. Ain't no reason for you to be that mad.
Without a condom. I didn't say cheating. I said cheating without a condom.
Well, that's fucking disgusting. But you know what I'm saying. That angry sex, buddy. Whoo! Life changing. That's how you have kids.
I got a question.
He just had sex with another chick. What do he want?
He wants to have sex with his wife. What are you talking about?
It's different, ma'am. It is not. Okay, let me go ahead and say this. It's not this for y'all. Like I don't know how y'all view it. For me, and it's not the same. It's not the same.
I've never cheated on
It's not the same for
the side chick and the main chick is not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Sometimes it's not the same. Men can grow emotional attachments to women that they're cheating with.
It's not the same, Shan.
Listen, what I'm saying to you is men can grow emotional attachments to their little cheat buddy if they consistently keep going to the same chick over and over again. And now a year has passed, year and a half. We have seen it on TikTok that you can grow an attachment. That's not chick. Don't do it. Some of them got whole families with her butt.
So we should do it with somebody different every month?
I like that better. Not different, but I'm just saying. Look, this woman can't have no power over me. Nah. I better not see no multiple calls on the law.
But to answer Baron's question about should you withhold sex or what have you, the correct answer and the right answer is no, you shouldn't. The realistic answer in terms of the situation and what has happened and how that makes you feel and react to your partner in that moment, realistically, you probably won't get any. And I'm just being honest. And we've talked about it before, how a woman's sex is kind of tied to her emotions and how she's feeling at the time and things like that. So, I mean, biologically, like, could our bodies have sex in that moment? Yes. But I don't think it's going to be the sex that you want. either. So it's like, yeah, I can give it to you, but what y'all call it, starfishing or whatever.
You better not starfish me now.
But if my mind, if my heart, if my body's not in it, and I'm just giving it to you for the sake of saying, knowing that you want to have sex right now, but I'm not there, you're probably not even gonna want to do it. Like you might start off, but then you probably won't stay hard because if I'm not in it, I doubt if, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm not a dude. So if I starfish, you could probably still get it off. I don't know. But you wouldn't enjoy the experience, is what I'm saying.
You ain't starfishing me. Them legs fit on them shoulders.
My question was just, are you gonna say no? I mean, I know that you're gonna probably starfish, but my question was, are you going to say no to that?
We didn't let you know answer.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you now.
Yeah, so for me, it's a little bit different, right? Because I'm Muslim, so we have some rules. The answer is like I cannot. I am not allowed to unless it is like less than a handful of reasons. It is my obligation and duty to do so, regardless of my feelings. So, like unless I'm sick, unless he's actually being like a terrible husband, which is laid out, it's not based on my feelings. Unless he's being like abusive, like there are certain situations where I am permitted, but outside of that, it's my obligation to go through with it.
So if you found out, it's in there what I just said, if you found out he had unprotected sex with a female, are you able to say no until you get that thing checked?
So that would be part of like him not fulfilling the rights, and that is part of the things that are laid out. So in that scenario, then yes, because it would be a detriment to our marriage, the health of it, right? Physically and emotionally. So in that case, then that would fall under the less than a handful of rules. But like, you know, I can't be faking a headache. I can't just be like, oh, you know, I'm mad or I'm in a mood or, you know, I'm tired. Like, those excuses, they don't fly.
So Inaz, I got a question. I didn't know you were Muslim. So is it, let's say if you get married here in the States, is there any other thing you would do? Like when it comes to with the religion, like are you gonna get married in like in Islam? I don't know. Like, is there like, I know that they have the government, and is there also another thing that you guys would do for the marriage?
Yeah, or is it so there's the Islamic marriage, and then there's like the legal marriage, and so for me, because it's different for everybody, for me, my requirement is both.
T. Shaw just asked, I'm gonna just put this up.
Yeah, we didn't do the super chats.
Okay. I did. Said you didn't withhold sex before marriage, so why are you after? The truth of the matter is I did. Now the difference is I'm not all the time. Yeah, I'm not a grudge holder. So my thing is that when I say that, like if I'm mad or if I'm angry or something like that, in the moment, no. But because I get over stuff quickly, that doesn't mean that is done for like a week, or it may not even be 24 hours. But in that moment, it can't be like, oh, man, all right, let's, you know, depending on what it is. Sometimes that happens, and that's great. But other times, depending on what it is, I need some time to decompress and get my mind right or whatever, and address whatever the issue was. Once we address whatever that issue was, then we're good to go. But if you don't want to address it, that's not going to put me in a situation where, and I think most women are like that, where I'm feeling sexually attracted or open to even wanting to have sex. And it's not necessarily at least for me, it's not a punishment. Like, okay, you want to act like that? I ain't going to give you none. It's not that. It's more along the lines of like, I'm really not feeling you now. I cannot connect with you in that way right now until, you know, I get over whatever it is. And like I said, I'm not one to be stretching things out for, you know, days and weeks. Like, I just need time to get over it, process it, and then I'm able to move forward. But it is what it is. All right. We will read the super chats. You got them, Shan?
Oh, sorry.
All right. Big Ant, $10. Mike, you can't shoot. I challenge you. Oh, he's gone. Sir Chai 87, $5. Shan, I have a question for the panel. How do y'all feel about the Little Mermaid and Spider-Verse characters? Race swapped and swirling. Is this agenda?
Yes. I want to address this real quick. No, it's not. So a Little Mermaid is the only one where it was race swapped. Like, if you are actually a comic book fan, Miles Morales has always been Black. It is written into the comic books. They've stayed true to the character. There's no swapping. Like, that is who the character actually is.
I haven't
Disney have
watched
always
Spider-Verse.
been.
You
Disney
said
have
Little
always
Mermaid
been.
does have an agenda, right?
Yeah, Little is all this woke stuff.
I would call it them pushing a specific interracial type of couple, which I always talk about.
They do that all the time now. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. You're right.
Y'all talk about, listen, don't sit here talking about the Little Mermaid who got her little white man, and y'all be on here pushing other women all the time. Don't do that. Passport, and we support all y'all, but so when it's the other way around, it's a problem. Marcus Blackout.
No.
It's definitely an agenda. I want to reconfirm it. There's definitely an agenda. Look,
what do y'all say to this question that Twissy asked? Is withholding sex equivalent to men not wanting to talk right after a fight or disagreement? No. I would say yes. For me, I would say yes.
It's not the same.
Why is it not the same?
We need to talk.
because that the sex is a duty.
Right. The sex is sometimes. Sometimes I think men need the sex as a release after an argument when they're upset. Yes. But for women, well, at least for me, sometimes for women, the talking after argument or fight or disagreement is what's going to help get back to the need for sex.
Yeah. We got to decompress. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
Do you think it's smart?
You got to talk.
Decompress, though.
Do you think it's smart?
No, listen. Could you imagine getting a guy's raw, unadulterated thoughts after an argument? Y'all don't like this. You say what you want, but you don't really want that. I promise. Y'all don't want that.
Want what?
The conversation after an argument. You don't want that shit. I promise you don't.
I bet
you say you want it, but we filter
100%
of what we say after an argument for the most part. So if we say, like, if you kept pushing, you're gonna get raw, unadulterated thoughts without giving us an opportunity to.
And then that would lead to even bigger problems.
It will
lead to bigger problems.
I promise you don't.
I can say I do, and that's the way my husband operates. I'm gonna be honest.
It would get way worse.
No mince words. Now there are times like what you said where he may filter or sometimes just be like, okay, yeah, you're right, just to shut the argument down or whatever it is. But later on when we revisit, he'll have the conversation and let me know. But it is what it is.
I think that's bad advice. I'm gonna just keep it real, because one of the things once you ring a bell, some bells you can't unring, and when you say something out of anger, that it never can truly go back in the bottle. Yeah. Even if you don't mean it, the other person now has that on their psyche.
You can apologize, but
in my personal opinion, I think it's best to decompress and come with the comment.
I thought that's what that means. Not wanting to talk after an argument.
No.
So that's not what
No, he's saying, so like after we get to fighting, and then you like, just talk to me. And he like, I need a minute, and you won't give him the minute.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm saying you got to decompress so you can come with a clear head and have a solution oriented or a grounded conversation.
What about talking before sex?
No.
Talk before.
So what the comment is asking is like, what withholding sex, a woman withholding sex from a man, is that the same feeling that women get when a man does not want to talk right after a fight? My answer is no. It's more like the feeling of a man withholding finances because he doesn't like decisions she makes. Like it's that same level of base necessity that I think equates the two.
That's much closer. I agree, Enos.
Okay. Go ahead, Shan. Big Bama 44, Inaz. Salute to the panel. I'll see Marcus on the court, enjoying the conversation.
I told you it was looking finer than wine, Inaz, before we started. I told you was looking good, girl.
Sir Chai 87, $2. Shan, next week, can we circle back on the passport bros?
There we go.
Yep.
For what?
Fuck them niggas.
Harrison Davis, $2. Everything he named exists outside of marriage.
That was from before. We already talked about it.
Reese Anderson. I hope I'm saying name right. Is it Reese or Reese? I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. $1.99. There's 2 Igbos on the panel. Where are y'all 3 wives?
What's an Igbo?
It's a type of Nigerian.
Yoruba, right?
I'm not sure. I don't want to misquote it, but
No,
Trigger Mike has said he does not want multiple wives.
Yeah, Igbo. Let's see. Darius Horton, $5. I think the biggest benefit for men in marriage is the fulfillment of having a family you are taking care of.
I don't disagree with
Sir
that.
Chai 87, $2. Raise Anderson, watch your jerk chicken mouth.
They fighting in super chats. I can't.
Raise Anderson, Sir Chai, LOL. Watch your chicken mouth. Go ahead to the next one. Yeah.
I'm sorry, trying to read my chats, my text.
Harrison Davis, $5. I'm not arguing that women aren't valuable. I'm saying that all of the benefits are being done or can be done outside of marriage. Rojo's Custom Car Therapy, $5. Mistaken is 100% right. The problem are the women who want to change a man.
Perfect. You know, it is 2:39, 2:40. You guys
braid your hair.
Huh?
You didn't braid your hair.
Listen, I gotta get up in 2 hours for community service, do the Lord's work. No, but does anybody have anything they wanted to? I got a few minutes because we did start a little late. Here go Isaiah. Listen, we're not gonna be here with you all night. Isaiah petitions for extra time but you know what? I'm not gonna complain about him. He's here on time, even when we're not. He's super dedicated. So you know what? I'm gonna give him a little bit more time, and it won't be an hour.
Hey, but he be on our necks for real.
He be on it.
Cool.
Isaiah, he be on. Hey, he'll hit you with the accountable in a minute. Like, no, that's not what you said last week.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else wanted to?
Mistaken, don't know what she talking about. Oh, here we go again. Excuses.
Shan, I got a question for you though.
Yes.
Yeah, so because I find the way you see relationships kind of refreshing. I don't see most women have that take. Is this something that have you always felt this way about it, or have you seen it this way, or is this something that you grew and your perspective kind of changed?
So I never knew the options. I think YouTube kind of opens you up to different options. Like I would have never said go overseas to get married because I just never even thought about that as being an option. But I would want to put my mate in a position where he would feel comfortable. That's just me though. You know, I'm not really if I was out the finances, I would have been married by now. It takes a little bit more than that for me. But so knowing that about me, obviously he can't be broke. But knowing that much about me, I don't care about, I don't want to leave and take half. Let's just walk in. When we go in, what we had going in. But I'm in a different time in my life too. So I'm in my 40s. I can't say how I would have been in my 20s. I wasn't married in my 20s.
You want a man like Shamar?
Shamar wanted to break my hair. Did you see that?
Like, that's what I just found.
Shamar, I'm gonna let you braid it, sweetie. But I think that when you get information, we didn't have these conversations when I was younger. We didn't have the opportunity to talk to men and get their opinion on things, and women get their opinion on things, and just find out that we just think two totally different type of ways about relationships. But I don't know. I guess I'm a considerate person, but I'm not about to be living in wet. I'm not going to be sitting in a household every day living in sin. We can go overseas, make it happen. You don't have to worry about them United States laws.
Isn't it Islam they have a nikah ceremony or something? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, so it's a negotiated marriage contract between the bride and groom. So they sit down and they work that out themselves. And then it's a religious leader who officiates that kind of signs off on it after everybody's kind of okayed it. So there's that, and then there's the legal. And I saw a slick comment about, of course she wants the legal. I would rather my husband not have to go through filing all of the necessary paperwork to make sure I'm okay if something happens to him. So it's just easier to file it legally.
So that but how is the
so okay, Baron?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. But that's another thing though, when you're married, so I'm a little different. Let's just say I did get married in my 20s and something were to happen to you. The legality of all the stuff that's has to be, trickle into our, how does that work? Wouldn't that be a complication because you're not married to that person?
No. I'm not against people getting married. Like I'm married. I'm not against, anybody not getting married. I'm just trying to understand the mindset of, women exactly. I'm trying to understand like the mindset going in. Is there anything that because a man can vet, a man can ask all the right questions, but unless we can see the future, we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know how this woman is going to be in the next, 10, 15 years. We don't know. And that is my point. My point is my argument, if that is the thing, isn't about the marriage. I encourage everyone to get married, but the way it is now is it is a little scary. The way it is now, and if that could change, that's fine. But it's about the mindset of people. Like I said, people are, if men were given this opportunity or this option that women have when it comes to marriage and divorce and all this and that, man, they're gonna take it. When you give human beings an inch, they're gonna take them out. That is human nature. But it's just the mindset of people that when especially for Christians, when they get married, they would tell, the vows, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, all those vows that they say, it has to mean something. It can't just be something that you just recite just to get on with the ceremony. It has to mean something.
I agree. I agree. But I also think that there's a part too where people, like you said, you respect the vows enough that it doesn't lead to divorce. And I'm not saying that all the time it is, I know women file more than men, but just based on circumstances that I've seen and that I can think about, that I know of 2 divorces that have happened. One of them, I would definitely say, and a wife, ex-wife would admit that she was wrong in the way that she treated him. And he was the one that filed for divorce. And she said, I can't even get mad at him because I know I wasn't doing right. So there was no issue with that. The other divorce, the woman filed, and I think it was rightfully so. She stayed in a relationship. He cheated several times. And then she got to the point that was, like they separated and then was willing to come back. She said, I'm willing to still work on this marriage again. But the one thing that you cannot do is contact any of these women that you have been dealing with. We're going to start clean slate, move forward. That's it. This is the one. You cannot do this. And he could not do it. Ended up getting caught, contacted the woman, and then she filed for divorce. So in that situation,
how did she find out?
I don't know how she found out. I don't know if it
why
was.
Y'all always try to be FBI, CIA? Like, why?
But my point is whether she was FBI or not. Yeah. If she was the FBI, she shouldn't have found anything because he should have honored that. He knew what the consequences would be. Listen, I forgave you on the numerous F-ups that you've made in this situation. We've separated. You said you're willing to do anything to get this marriage back on track. This is the one thing that I'm asking you not to do. And you could not do that. At that point, I think she was well within her right. She earned her way out of that marriage because she walked back in knowing what had happened and was willing to forgive him and willing. I remember they were saying that I was even willing to be unhappy because at this point I knew I wasn't happy anymore, but I was willing to give it another try. And even with that, he still could not do it. And I think it had everything to do with him not thinking that she would actually leave. And she did. And now he's regretting that. So I do think that she, in that situation, either he should have moved on because at that point, obviously, maybe marriage wasn't what he wanted and he wanted something else instead because he couldn't deal with that, or she needed to leave. But at that point, they needed to separate.
But can I ask, are those the only two people you know that have gotten divorced that you know of?
I know 3, 4. I know probably a handful of people who have gotten divorced.
What would you say was the general reason that they got like mostly like in general? Because I'm just trying to.
I would say in those situations, believe it or not, it was the men who actually filed for divorce.
The men filed for divorce.
Yeah, in all of the marriages that I know outside of the woman that I was talking about who filed for divorce, in the other situations, it was the men who filed for divorce. And I'll say I'll know about maybe 8 people. Yeah. And out of the 8, 7 were men who filed for the divorce.
Jesus Christ. Are you serious?
I promise you.
Oh, okay.
I promise you. I no lie. Well, yeah. No, let me add 1. There's 9. So yeah, 2 women. I just thought about my cousin. Yeah. So yeah, one of the women filed for divorce. Well, no, 2 out of the ones that I said that I've known.
I think I'm in a bubble because I only know 2 people that got divorced that I could think of. And of those 2 people, the wife filed for divorce and she was withholding sex. And I don't know who filed for the divorce the other time, but she definitely was withholding sex the last 4 months of the relationship. But in the bubble, almost all the people are married and stay together.
And I'll say in my immediate, like on both sides, I would say my mom is the only one who has had a divorce on her side of the family. My mom is the only one, but on my dad's side, all of him and his siblings have had divorces. So it's 4 on each side, 4 siblings on my mom's side, 4 siblings on my dad's side. All 4 of them had divorces on my father's side. He was the last one who had the longest marriage. And then my mom is the only one who got a divorce on her side.
Do you think it's okay for divorced women to hang out with married women?
Yeah.
To learn. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm a single woman. I hang around married women. All my friends except for one is married.
You know, I got a question.
My imaginary way of viewing it, I feel like the divorced women would be like that hating ass friend. Like, girl, I wouldn't take that shit. Girl, you
still alive?
It depends.
I've never spoken bad. I love my friends and their husbands.
I think it depends on who you surround yourself with. That's really what it boils down to. If you have thought friends, you shouldn't be having thought friends. Like you shouldn't even be around them at that point if you're married, because they're going to be, their direction in life is totally different versus having a friend who might be single but they are looking to get married. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So I think that's interesting, right? Because I think men see those relationships very differently than women do. Because like there's married women that have inappropriate conversations with other married women about things that they should and shouldn't tolerate and be getting in people's business, right? Like I don't think it's about a woman's status. I think it's more so about her character.
I could accept that.
Inaz, given your Muslim background, other than like how difficult it is to get a divorce if you wanted one.
So in Islam, a woman cannot divorce a man unless going through like an appeal process through a religious council. And those are like extenuating circumstances. So in like 98% of the cases, the man would have to be the one to file for divorce.
What would be an extenuating circumstances that you think would be granted if a woman went to go file for divorce?
Probably DV.
Yeah, so abuse, like him not fulfilling her rights and having no willingness to do so. So there aren't any challenges other than the fact that he just doesn't want to do it. Those are the two big ones. I'm sure there's others, but I don't really know of any other excuses where a woman could go file for divorce.
If I'm not mistaken, did you say it's a clause that can be put in the...
Oh yeah, you're right. So like because the marriage contracts are negotiated between the two people, a violation of that can be grounds for, you still have to go through like the council essentially, but that could be another reason.
So what do you mean by negotiate? Like when you say negotiate, like
you guys
can
have
say
6 minutes.
The things you want and the things you don't want. He would say the things like in negotiating. Is that what you're talking about? Or is
yeah, so for example, because I know this is a contentious one, some women will put a clause in their marriage contract that taking on a second wife would nullify their marriage. So like that's something that they could put in. Their expectations on how finances are divided is another one. Their roles and responsibilities are pretty laid out through the religion, but there is some wiggle room. So those are things that would be also included in that, right? So I guess that's the part that like is cool to me. That's something I can say, that people can customize their marriage outside of the way other traditions and religions do it.
I didn't know that. Yeah, because half of Nigeria is Muslim. I didn't know that they I don't think that I've never heard that before, that they can negotiate, terms of the, I never knew that. So would you put that clause in yours?
I plead the fifth.
We know what that means.
No, you don't. That's what pleading the fifth means.
Yeah. When someone said they plead the fifth, something's afoot.
You make a very strong case for Muslim wives. Like, the way you make a very, very strong.
Yeah, so maybe y'all don't need to go overseas. Maybe y'all just need to find Muslim women.
But
I don't
with
think
that,
Muslim women are looking for men who aren't Muslim, though.
Yes,
that's true.
Yeah, that's
true. Good point.
I mean,
but with the state though, because she said that she will want the Islamic marriage and the state marriage. So with the state, she could throw out the Islam. I mean, if she wanted a divorce, because right.
So theoretically, that's how it could work. However, like speaking for myself, that's not my value system. So I would not take that route because I do believe in the way Islam lays out marriage. It doesn't seem, it would like, yeah, it's not something I would do.
Okay.
So,
any more questions for you, Nas?
Vibes and happiness is not a valid excuse for divorce. The vibe wasn't there, or your happiness.
So I think that's where like the religious beliefs really come in for me, right? Because like what we're taught is like you don't do it for your partner, right? Like you don't serve your partner for the sake of making your partner happy. You do it for the sake of God, right? And so that sense of duty, like your person isn't the one who's responsible for making you happy, and so like those vibes and that happiness doesn't really get factored in the same way. So it, from like foundationally, it's just not set up for that to ever be an excuse.
Hey Baron, how well do you know Trigger Mike?
I don't know. I mean, I know he's Nigerian, but that's all I know about him though.
So if I'm going to be completely honest with you, if you want to talk marriage and you want to talk marriage in more of a traditional Nigerian way, I'd say get to know Trigger Mike. I think he'd be more than happy to discuss with you.
But Baron, you said you were married, right?
Yep.
No, he was engaged.
Oh, you're engaged.
Not married.
You're married? Never mind. Let me shut the hell up.
Yeah, I was talking about something that happened in the past. Yeah. So.
Oh, he's married.
I'm married. Yeah.
How long have you been married, Baron?
3 years now.
Oh, okay.
Baron, wait. So you came over here and gave all these doomsday scenarios as a married man. Y'all got to stop.
No, but I was asking questions. I was asking questions. I didn't say nothing.
Are you nervous that your wife is going to leave you or something?
Oh no. She's no. She's Nigerian too, so no, I'm not worried about that.
He's like, no, she's stuck. She's Nigerian.
No, I'm not worried about. No, I'm just because I've been here. I mean, I've lived here over a decade, so like I see what is happening. Like when men, because when people come and tell me that give their concerns about marriage, I don't just try to gaslight them, telling them what they're saying is not what they're actually saying, because it is happening. And you could, so I was just asking questions. I never said, because I've stated here several times, I'm pro-marriage. I want people to get married. Yeah. But, it's not like the things we are seeing outside. It's not what we are seeing outside, So I was just asking questions for clarity. Like Michelle said, when I asked her about, what could she do or what could she say? And when she said that, she didn't get to be married here, she could go outside the country. That sort of thing would make a man be like, okay, so this chick is not in it for whatever it is that I was thinking. I could just, so I was just trying to figure out answers. I was just asking questions just to figure out answers, because it's not like what we are saying is not what is happening. So that was what I was just asking questions.
In America, what is happening is everybody's replaceable.
Yes, so, exactly.
Social media has made everybody feel like they can the grass is always greener on the other side. Oh, I want what they have. Because it's just horrible. And we're greedy people. We feel like we should have it all. So
and that's why I asked, because the answer you gave, that's why I said that the way you saw a relationship was kind of refreshing.
Let me answer this.
Okay, go ahead.
So Isaiah wants to know what I am waiting for. I am, mistaken.
She's too picky.
I'm not picky.
Yes, we know.
No, it's not. No. So when people, you say picky, they think that you have this standard of like all these people, and it's like a super high status of That's not what she means about picky. Mm-hmm. That's not. Because if that were the case,
she's looking for the connection.
I have to have
and that supersedes everything. But I'm of the mindset that I think if they check off the check boxes, and that's the one thing I think you can build on it. But for her, that's more important. Like, bro, I have to have the connection.
I gotta want to be around you. I gotta want to spend time with you.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that vibes?
Vibes.
Isn't that what the kids call vibes? But that doesn't mean like I don't even understand what that connection. What is that? Like, could you explain it?
He doesn't know connection.
No, could you explain that? Could you explain that? Could you explain
that?
Like,
Oh, can of worms you're opening.
Hold on, this right here where it says marriage is duty, not happy. I keep hearing that, and I don't know why it makes me. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Not that it makes me. Well, yeah, it makes me cringe a little bit because I truly believe that you can have both. Like when you just talk about marriage is duty, it's not happening. Like it sounds to me like I'm just doing this because I have to, right? Versus when you're in a happy marriage, you do this because you want to, you desire to. And I think those are two different things. And so when I hear it like that, it kind of makes me cringe because hearing marriage is duty wouldn't make me feel like I would want to get married. But if I can have duty and happiness,
duty.
Right? I think the duty
but the vows you take,
if I have the happiness, I'm going to have the desire to want to do my duty as a wife and vice versa. The other part is that when you do look at marriage as a duty, which is helpful, sometimes you will not be happy. Like I think Michelle Obama and everybody went all up in arms. She was like, she was married 30 years and 10 of those years were not good years of being married. And I think that's where the duty part comes in. It will have to kick in because happiness is fleeting at times. It's not a permanent feeling. And I think that's what people are mixing up, that in a marriage, I should be happy all the time. You're not even happy by yourself all the time. So let alone trying to be happy with somebody else. Of course you're not.
So you know, it's so funny because I just got done watching Bridgerton. Okay. And this is like the total, it talks about duty. And it reminds me of the lady, how she's just sitting there and he's on top of her. And she's like looking like she has no connection. It's duty. I do not want to be here. And then when she gets up, she talks bad about him. And even when he dies, she gets excited that he's dead. So it's like, you do not want a woman to want you strictly for duty. You just don't. Now, don't get it twisted. It depends on her age. If she's never experienced love before, you could see a lot of those arranged marriages happen because they've never experienced anything else. So it's kind of like you were raised, this is duty, this is the guy for you. You don't know anything else. You've never had sex with anybody else. You didn't have an opportunity to vet anybody else. This is the guy for you. It may work that way. But if you've ever experienced a connection with somebody, it's kind of hard not to. Like,
you know what you just made? The body count matters argument.
No, what you mean? No. So I would, okay, let me take, because sometimes you can feel a connection without sex. Because I can feel a connection with somebody and I haven't even had sex with them. Because that's what makes me want to be intimate with them. Because I'm not a jump into the bed with kind of person, okay? I have to feel like I have something going with you to even want to get to that part. So it's not always about sex that brings on the connection. Sometimes it's like there's something about him that, you know, I like to be around. I like his company. I like to be under him, you know, because I like to be under people, under him. You know, it's just something about him that at this age, I know there are other reasons to get married for younger ages, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about at this age. I want to enjoy rocking, sitting on the porch rocking. We're just not even talking about anything. It's just the company of him. Being very beside him. There are things that I want that's outside of the other stuff. That was all I had to say.
Mm-hmm. All right, you want to shut it down, Shan?
Oh, look at mistaken, shutting it down. Just when we talk about connection, something else.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and connect with your bad self.
Know what a connection is, and I'm just.
It took Baron a little while to wake up a little bit. He wasn't comfortable with it at first.
Yeah,
I said it took Baron a little bit to connect with us.
I think that was my fault. I was like over talking and jumping in.
Do you think men, when women are talking about connection, do men experience connection? I know they might not experience the same way women do, but do, like Marcus, like when Shan say, I just need that connection. As a man, do you understand what she means by that?
Well, I'm a thing called a vibe. So yeah, but I could understand how somebody could not understand what they mean, because some people what is the word? It's not. Is it emotional intelligence? I'll use emotional intelligence. If you don't
I think that's what it
is. It's hard for you to understand the nuances to communication and the nuances to reading a room or the nuances to interacting with somebody, and you can feel something is fine when it's not. So there are people who will come in and destroy a mood because they can't read the room. And I think like naturally those, you know what I'm saying, that type of vibe when you interact with somebody you like, it occurs. But if you don't have the ability to recognize that or live in that, then you will have a disconnect.
Michelle, I understand what the connection. I understand what connection is. Why I asked that because Mistaken was like, okay, now she kind of said something that made me think maybe it was like something that you like is paramount in your dating, like it's the number one thing that you look for.
It is the number one thing.
Oh, okay. That's why I was like, okay, because I was
let me tell you why. Because for me, I enjoy space. I think I mentioned it before. It was a different panel. I don't mind having a different part of the house, and you said, and we come together when we need to. I enjoy that space. So when I meet somebody who makes me want to get rid of that space, even just for a little bit, because I know it's going to come back, but I just want to be around him. Like I enjoy being, whether it be a friend or whatever. I gotta want to be. I gotta want you in my space. And I will hope you will want me in your space. It's not like a roommate. You get rid of roommates. This is I really like I enjoy coming home. I know people, not my friends, because they all love their husbands. I know women who really get mad when their husbands are home. Like, oh, he at home. I don't feel like going. Like it's women like that. And I just don't want that situation. I look at Mistaken because I've known her for a decent amount of time. And there's this thing she has with her husband. She gets so excited. Even after 20 years, she gets so excited about being around him. She gets like the same excitement you get like in the beginning, like maybe not that to the extent, but she still wants to be around her husband. She enjoys his company. He's like her best friend. And that's the connection in which I'm speaking of.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
So Shan, you see Lamar said, can you sustain the connection?
I would try. What a connect? Oh, absolutely. I think those are the ones you can. You like being around, you genuinely like being around a person. And that's what I'm saying, because we can fall out. You can fall out with people that you genuinely like, but that doesn't mean you don't want to be around them anymore. It just means I'm mad at you right now. I want to do things for you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's people that you can be around and they do something bad and you be like, I ain't got to talk to this person ever in my life again. Bye. But it's some people you like, you know what? I genuinely love our, what we have, and I want to go back. So that's what I'm talking about. Like those are the ones to me that are most sustainable. Like, when you have a connection.
Yeah, I do think
it's hard to walk away from that.
I do think connection is very, very important, but I also think that you can build connection even though you may not like how what you were saying, connection is the number one thing for me. I think in the very beginning, that's the hard part, is that you don't know if it's connection or lust. And when I go back and I look at initially when my husband and I first met, I honestly believe that it was lust. Like there was I would say it was a connection, but it was also an attraction. And I think initially the attraction outweighed the connection. I'm saying for me, I'm not saying for you. For me, I would say that it was the attraction that outweighed the connection. But the more time we spent with each other, the connection grew. And so that's why I was saying that sometimes you may check people off your list because it may not be that immediate connection, but the more time you spend with that person and get to know them, that connection could potentially develop. That's all. Look at your face.
Look, you know me. I've tried to be 2 years. Like you don't want to. What you don't want to do too
is waste anybody's time.
I agree. Like this guy is a great catch, and I'm sitting here wasting his time, and it never comes. You know, and that's not fair to him. I would never want to waste your time. So yeah. I know how it goes. I know some people can fall in love. I ain't one of them. Like I'm not one of them people who can. If we're around each other, I'm on.
What about you and Nice? Do you need the connection first, or do you feel like you can build a connection?
I think both is extreme, right? I think there needs to be something there that you can build on, and like to be able to see the willingness to continue to build it, right? Because it's a two-person thing. So I don't need that level of intensity off jump, but it's something that like is going to be is important to me later on. But I'm willing.
Well, I'm not talking about passion and
no.
Okay, just making sure.
No, I hear you. We are on the same page. Like that level of connection. You know, we talked about like the Notebook, right? Like that level of like that bond. That like this is your person forever through and through, regardless of the situation, right? Like that level of connection. I know some people are really lucky and they have that off jump and it works out great. And some people never have that. But for me, I think looking at things realistically, it's got to be a build for me. Like it's got to be a build, because if it happens too quickly, to be honest, I think in this world, it can feel like love bombing a little bit. Right. Mm-hmm. So like, we don't even really know each other like that. So I think the slow burn is something that I look for.
No, I agree with that. It has to be slow. You have to get to know that person. Obviously, physical attraction is the first thing that reels you in. The reason why I had to make sure we knew that it wasn't physical attraction, I have had connections with people who I don't find it to be physically attractive. So, that was only one person though. But because connections are hard, they're not easy to find. Like it's gonna be easier just to do the whole duty thing. Because there's a lot of people you can do duty to, you know what I'm saying? You get a good guy, oh, he's great, he's got a great job, da-da-da-da. But I wanted to show, because we're going to say, you know what, this may be the conversation for next week. Because I saw a TikTok that men with money are the men who are the most cheated on. Mm-hmm. You saw that? We need to talk about that. And that's duty. Mm-hmm. Duty, somebody else is getting the booty, okay? She owns the man that she loves while she is being dutiful to you. So I'm just saying, just throwing it out there.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, I gotta head out.
We are all about to leave, Aaron. But just you know, maybe that'll be the next week's conversation. Thank you guys all for sticking in there with us. This was a long night, and we started pretty late. So good time.
Yeah,
love you
good
guys.
night.
Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Yeah.